Hey everybody, welcome back to Milecore Gaming and our playthrough of Shadowrun Dragonfall. I am Yemmer, I am bad at video games. I make mistakes so you don't have to. If that's what you're into, please like, subscribe, follow, share, all that fun stuff. We put out new videos every day. And here we are. Now, last session, the game crashed on me at the very end. So I shut it down, got it back up to the point where we were. So unfortunately, we were in the middle of combat. We were on our way out of the mission. So we're going to load in here and finish that up. Excuse me. Settling debts. Dragon Kippa. It'd be high up on anyone's list of places to avoid, but that's where you're headed. And you're going there alone this time. The last time you saw Blitz, he was carting his portable terminal over to Cafe Survey, presumably so he could do his decking in the most comfortable environment possible. Like everything else related to Dragon Kippa, the U-Bahn train that... Oh, okay. I wasn't able to read it. Sorry. Okay. So we've already completed that. We were in this room over here and the game crashed. So I got us through that and we got to a save point here. So now we're going to finish getting out of the building here. So hopefully we can just go ahead and leave out of here. Where am I supposed to go? Okay, let's head over here. Oh yeah, he said we gotta go out the front door instead of the side door that we came in. So here we go. Okay, that was weird. Oh! What is this guy doing? Okay. Let's check out the terminal here. This must be the terminal that Blitz wanted you to use. Its screen is badly scratched and the casing is cracked, but the design tells you that it was originally part of the bank's security system. Come on, let's get this show on the road. We're almost out of this godforsaken place. Well, you're half right. Yemmer is almost out. You, on the other hand, won't ever leave this building, you son of a bitch. Now I'm going to say nothing. You should tell your friend that this isn't funny, and it sure as hell isn't smart. Don't listen to him, Chief. Heisenkamp is planning on screwing you. I've had a bot digging up intel on the man ever since he stepped into that building together. And let me tell you, he is not trustworthy. Heisenkamp sneers. Says the man who ratted out his own gang. To hell with this. I'm leaving. I wouldn't if I were you. Yemmer. Yemmer there can kill you with the press of a button. I can? Well, more accurately, he can give me control of those auto turrets with the press of a button, and then I can kill you. Heisenkamp stops, looks you in the eye. But he wouldn't do that, would he? Yeah, that all depends on what Blitz has to tell me. Get this, Chief. That son of a bitch isn't really an accountant. He's an assassin, and Grinder's second in command to boot. Making people disappear is his job, Yemmer. No, sorry. Bug flying around me. Making people disappear is his job, Yemmer. No way Grinder would have sent him if he intended to let you walk out of there alive. That true, Heisenkamp? The bit about my place in Mr. Grinder's organization? Sure. But the part about me killing you? No. I intend to walk out that door, give the box to Mr. Grinder, and go home to my family, like I said. Why the lie? Why tell me you're an accountant? It wasn't a lie. I am an accountant, and I'm here in that capacity at Mr. Grinder's request. An edge of irritation creeps into his voice. People can be more than one thing, you know. Don't let him sweet talk you, Chief. Push the button and let me blow him away. Yemmer, listen to me. Your pal is a thief and a killer and a rat. You push that button and I'll die, sure. But Mr. Grinder is waiting for me and he's waiting for this box. And you don't want that kind of trouble that's going to come after your way if I don't get it to him. By all rights, that box should be ours, Chief. This was our run. Grinder can't Grinder can't have the money and the box. That's just unfair. See what I mean? That's what this is all about. He wants the box. He doesn't even know what it is, but he's willing to kill an old man for it. How is that not sending up red flags for you? I'm telling you, I work for a loan shark, and I wouldn't feel safe around this guy. Let's see here. I'm going to say, I think there's something else going on here. I think that we've all been set up. Heisenkamp blinks. Explain. I think that your boss is in bed with the Landenberg ring. I think that he's the silent partner that we read about. An astonished chuckle erupts from the old man. Mr. Grinder, working with plots? Are you high? I'm not, but no, I'm dead serious. I've known Mr. Grinder for 12 years, and I'm telling you, he would never work with that son of a bitch. Besides, if that were true, why would he have sent me in here to help you rob the place? Are you familiar with the phrase, killing two birds with one stone? Don't get cute with me, Yemmer. Say what you mean. He isn't being cute, jackass. He's accurately describing the situation. Obviously, Meat Grinder wants you out of the way. Throwing around words like obviously doesn't make them true. Why the hell would Mr. Grinder want to get rid of me? I run his business, for God's sake. I don't know, man, but one thing I can tell you, somebody gave Plots that info on us, and Yemmer's name was on that list. Now tell me, other than you, me, and Grinder, who even knew that he'd be coming here tonight? And why wasn't Grinder's name on Plots' kill list? Hasenkamp falls silent, but his mouth curls into a frown. We also found those financial projections, remember? The ones that showed a massive increase in Grinder's future profits. His voice comes out flat, disbelieving. Those were fake. Or they were real, and your boss is cutting you out of whatever he has planned. No way. He shakes his head firmly. Mr. Grinder wouldn't do a thing like that. Not to me. Use that business acumen of yours. What happens when the only two providers of a service merge together? They form a monopoly. You're saying that Mr. Grinder and Plots, they're joining their business together, man. Read between the lines. It's actually not a bad scheme, come to think of it. The ring tricks idiots into taking out predatory loans, and Grinder shows up to collect. You get the irony of what you just said, right? Sure, I get it. And you get that your boss is cutting you out of his operation, right? I'm sure that the Landenberg ring has plenty of accountants. Grinder wouldn't need you anymore. There's a long pause. Hasenkamp stares at you, processing what you've just told him. He opens his mouth to speak, then closes it again. From what you've told us about Plots, he wouldn't want you in the picture either. There's bad blood between you two, right? Hasenkamp's face has gone ashen. He nods dumbly. Yeah, there is. It all seems pretty clear-cut to me. Well, he glances down at the plastic box cradles in his arms. Son of a bitch. There's a long pause. Finally, Blitz breaks the silence. So, I guess that means we're all on the same team now, right? He nods again. Yeah, that's right. And as a show of good faith, I'll tell you, your pal was right. Grinder sent me here to see that the transaction went through smoothly, yes, but he also wanted me to kill you. Told you. I'm going to say you're on a job, same as we are. I can understand that. Thanks. I was hoping you would. For what it's worth, you have nothing to fear from me now. I didn't want to kill you in the first place, and now that I've tendered my resignation, there are only two people who need to worry about me shooting them. Just to be clear, I'm not one of the two people, am I? No, Blitz, you're not. When we get out of here, I have a score to settle with Plots and Grinder, and believe me, I will settle it. Speaking of which, can we talk about how we're going to get out of here? Yeah, of course, Chief. I'll do. If you'll do me the favor of pushing that button, I'll activate the security doors. That's all you're gonna do, right? I'm trusting you here. Of course, man. You got nothing to worry about from me anymore. It's cool, Hasenkamp. You can trust him. Absolutely, because I'm trustworthy. Now, I'll just activate those security doors and... His voice cuts off. There's a long pause, punctuated by crackles of static from your comlink. Blitz? His panicked voice punches through your comlink speakers. There's somebody in here with me, Chief. Another Decker. And you've got incoming of your low kit. The voice cuts to static. Get ready, Hasenkamp. We're about to have company. Okay. Wait, do we have control of the turrets? Have to kill the enemy Decker. Where's the Decker? The intruder's avatar shimmers in the cool ambient glow of the bank's matrix hub. He sneers at Blitz, and his hands close into fists. Who the hell are you, man? I could ask the same of you. You're in my banking system, you little bastard. What? My name is Plotz. I run the Landenberg Ring. That makes this bank and everything in it mine. And that means you and your friend are trespassing. And that means that neither of you is going to make it out of here alive. I'm shaking in my boots, man. I mean, seriously. How old are you, by the way? Because you look about 40. The banker's face is overtaken by a menacing smile. I'm still spry enough to ruin your day, punk. Your ass is mine. All right. Oh, we can get the turrets. All right, I'm just getting out of there. Activate that one. Oh, he's taking some too. Can we get all the way over here? Damn. Oh, okay, I gotta get my guys out. And then you over there. Man, come on. Let me get... Wait, did I already get the turret? I think I did. Actually. Damn it. Yeah. Alright, this is my exploder, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna get him over here. Hopefully I can get him up there before he blows up. Damn it. Oh, okay, that didn't work. Okay. Okay, we got turret 1, right? Nope. Okay, I gotta get... Oh, wow. I'm, Let's see, this'll give me... That's for 1 round. Okay, let's see here. Hey. This guy behind cover. What is he doing? He like ran up and run back. Oh, good. They're taking time on the turrets. Ah! Ow! Oh, this is not good. This is not good. I don't have any health. Hold on here. What do we got? Damn it. Come on. Come on! Alright, let's see here. What was this one? I'm not worried about the alarm state. Did he take a hit? Yeah, he did. What was this one? There we go. Okay. Dang it. Damn it. Okay, I need to get... Alright, we're gonna take... Okay, I gotta get it. Yeah. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Oh, that's a decker. All right. Come on. Got him. All right, I want to see if I can take control of the other turrets. Oh, here we go. Oh no, oh fuck. I was already there, damn it. Okay, we can at least get this one. There we go. Alright, can I get back up here? Yes! We got all 4 turrets now. Plots is down and all 4 turrets are back under my control. Go to town, Chief. I got you covered. Good job, man. Alright. see here. All right. That was it, wasn't it? Oh crap, there's more. Well, we have all 4 turrets now. Let's see here, 53, 53. Okay. Cool, got one. Yeah, messing around with the turrets. These turrets are actually really strong. Okay, let's see here. 42, 50. What's that? Is that 82? Okay. Then come on. Dang it. They just lost control of their summoned thing. Oh, cool. Was not expecting that. Damn it. She's wasting time attacking the creature she summoned. Alright, I'm just take pot shots here. Okay. Alright. The gunfire dies down and the smoke clears. You and Hasenkamp find yourselves staring at one another across the room stacked with corpses. Well, that takes care of that. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take care of Mr. Grinder. Oh. He tosses something to you. Reflexively, you snatch it out of the air. The object feels smooth and warm to the touch. It's a plastic box that Hasenkamp pulled out of the safe deposit box. My former employer won't be needing this anymore. Give it to your pal Blitz. I'm sure he can find a use for it. Hey, all right. What does it do? Beats me. From the connections on the bottom, it looks like it was made to plug into a cyber deck. Beyond that, I'm in the dark about the thing I'm as in the dark about the thing as you are. All I know is that Grinder wanted it. That should be enough for the red-haired disaster. That's Blitz. Anyway, I've got things to do. I should go get to them. If I hurry, I can have Grinder dead in a dumpster and still get home in time to read the grandkids a story. Oh, wow. That's okay. What about plots? Never did like the man. I'll give him a chance to scurry away. Let him get his hopes up for a day or two. Then I'm going to chuck his ass into a wood chipper. Good luck, Hasenkamp. Don't need it, but thanks anyway. He turns to leave. You did good, Yummer. You ever get tired of running the shadows, you come see me. I could find a place in my organization for a man like you. I'll keep it in mind. All right. Okay, so let's just head out now. At the exit. Yes. All right. So this was a personal mission for Blitz. We had to clear a debt with him, so this is cool. The Cruise Bazaar. The ride back to the Cruise Bazaar is a lonely one. This train car smells a little better than the one you rode in on. It isn't great, but at least it doesn't leave you gagging. Still, things are looking up. You've helped Blitz pull himself out of hot water, and with any luck at all, you'll never have to set foot in Dragon Kippa again. After a long, boring trip, the car rattles to a stop. The doors slide open. You're home. All right. Can we get some karma? There it is. How much karma did we get? Let's see. We didn't get any karma? Oh, man. Hold on. Wait, we have 4. Okay, I wanted this. Now we have Overwatch. That's good. Okay, we did need karma. Okay, so we got 2 for that. Not a lot, but here we go. Let's go talk to... Since this was just a little side mission, I don't think nobody's going to have any different dialogue. But I do want to talk to Maliot because I don't have any healing kits. Here we go. We need that, and that, and that. And, alright. And I need that, and that. Okay. And I need, actually, I need to go grab a trauma kit. Because I don't have one. Actually, I'm going to grab a couple from the good doctor. Actually, he's not so good, but I mean... Okay, here we go. Ooh, I think I have enough for my final cybernetic, too. Cyberware. Okay, so we have... It was the leg we wanted. It was, this one here. Hold on. Yeah, it gives me speed. So it adds just +3 movement, but it'll be nice because when I have my drone out, I only have 1 AP, and so moving is difficult. So we're definitely going to get that. No! Why do you give me 2? It gives me 2 locations here, but it won't let me do it. I've got enough essence. What's this one? Why does it... Am I doing something wrong? Okay, whatever. Wait, trauma kit. I need a trauma kit. I was leaving in a... Literally, I was leaving in a huff. Whatever. I forgot what I came in here for. Trauma kits. You know what? I'm going to take both. Okay, and actually, it's... Yeah. So it's sent to my stash. I'll go rearrange my inventory real quick here. Gotta run all the way across. There we go. Oh yeah, now I'll check with Halliot. No wait, didn't I already just do it? Yeah, A class. Alright, yep. Let's go talk to Blitz. Oh yeah, because we got the box for him. Oh, hey, Chief, you're back, and you got the box, right? He takes an eager step toward you, his hand extended. Give it here, if you please. Not just yet, Blitz. First, we need to have a chat about the whole meat grinder fiasco. Yeah, okay, sure, we can talk about it. Do a little post-mortem on the op, that sort of thing. He tries on a smile. From our part, I'd say it went great. I mean, mission accomplished, right? All's well that ends well and all that? That's an interesting way of putting it. Well, I mean, it wasn't a complete disaster. I mean, we won, right? Nobody's going to cut my thumbs off, and that's what's important. So, anyway, was there anything in specific that you wanted to go over? He drums his fingers on the table. Go on, I'm all ears. The vault door, the one that you forgot to account for, was that really an accident? His mouth drops open. Of course it was, Chief. I'm shocked you'd even ask. What do you think, that I purposely strand you in a bank vault? I mean, what kind of asshole would I have to be to do that? I'm going to say sorry, Blitz. Had to ask. It's okay, Chief. I understand. Now, is there anything else you need to know? It sounds like you're in the clear with Hasenkamp. Do you have any other debts that I need to worry about? Nah, nothing worth mentioning. I mean it this time. We've been making good money, and I've paid off everyone else already. You've got nothing more to worry about from me. Yeah, sure. All right, Blitz. I guess you've earned this, whatever it is. All right. Thanks, Chief. Blitz turns the box over in his hands, a huge grin on his face. Let's plug this puppy in and see what it does. With a series of deft motions, Blitz pops the plastic cover on an unused expansion slot in his cyber deck and slides the mystery box home. A recessed LED light in the box goes from red to green. He boots up the deck, staring at the code that scrolls across its integrated display. Huh. Well, this is weird. The data hard-coded into this thing is jam-packed with Comlink software. It looks like it even has protocols for all the major brands. Sysadmin levels too. And there's something else. What do you see, Blitz? Slowly a smile spreads across his face. This thing is likely a master key for communication systems. With this box plugged into my deck, I could hack the comlink of just about anyone in the same room as me. How's that useful? He scoffs. Use your imagination, Chief. Just about every security goon in Berlin is wired to a comm system of some kind or another. If I can hijack those comms, then I can cause all sorts of confusion in the ranks on our runs. This is one hell of a toy. I can see why Grinder wanted it. Well, I can't wait to see what you can do with it. Yeah, Chief, he grins. Me neither. So, is there anything else you wanted to talk about, or can I start playing around with this thing? All right, Blitz, I'm satisfied. Can we talk about something else? Sure, Chief. What do you want to talk about? Oh, how's the Emily thing going? Any luck on the search? Yeah, actually. I've made some headway. For the first time in a year, I've got a solid lead. I thought I'd looked everywhere. Between my contacts and myself, we scoured all of M's old haunts, both in Meat Space and the Matrix. But what I never thought to do was dig for clues in my own cyber deck. It seems so obvious now, but back then I couldn't see it. I mean, she was running from me, right? So why would she leave any breadcrumbs for me to find? Anyway, I did some housekeeping and I discovered something. On the morning that Emily disappeared, some information vanished from my cyber deck as well. She did a good job of covering her tracks, but I can see the signs. She grabbed the file and ran. End of story. What kind of data are we talking about? No idea, Chief. I grabbed it on a lark when me and Emily were goofing around in the Matrix. The file was encrypted all to hell, and I never could get it open. I only took the damn thing because she told me not to. She said that security would be too tight, that I'd get myself killed. But I waltzed on in there and took it, all the same. You should have seen me, Chief. It was a thing of beauty. And I don't think I've ever been as much in my A game as I was that day. Blitz, where did you take this data from? A corporate database? You know, no big deal. Tell me which corporation, Blitz? Yeah, oh, you know, no one important. Blitz continues smiling at you for a few seconds, then looks away. I stole the file from Az Technology. A tinge of red crawls into Blitz's cheeks. He shuffles his feet. In hindsight, it might not have been the best of ideas. You don't mess with the Azzies, Blitz. Everyone knows that. Yeah, I guess. Emily wasn't too impressed either. Our only really big fight was over that stupid file. Anyway, time passed. Eventually, we made up and laughed the whole thing off. Or at least, I thought we did. Truth be told, I forgot all about it until I realized that data had gone missing. Alright, so the love of your life took your encrypted file and bailed on you. What are you going to do about it? I don't know, Chief. This whole incident has me rethinking a lot of things. What if she took the file to protect the Azzies? What if she's with them? I've got to admit, this has me worried. I'm even more torn up now than I was before. He meets your gaze, and you can see the concern gnawing at him. I don't know what to do, but I'm open to suggestions. No, I'm going to say you've got a direction to look now. If I were you, I'd get back in the Matrix and find her. He nods. Who am I kidding? You're right. I won't be able to stop thinking about this until I've found her. So I might as well keep trying. Thanks, Chief. You've been a huge help. Best of luck. Let me know how it turns out. I will, Chief. I will. Hold on. So we can talk to him anymore. At the sound of your approach, Blitz stubs out his cigarette. He gives you a curt nod. Yummer, I'd offer you a smoke, but that was my last one. Oh. How'd the whole Emily situation work out? Turn up anything new? Yeah, well, sort of. It's mostly speculation, truth be told. So what's the deal? Is she working with the Azzies or what? No, I don't think so, but I do have a new lead. After our talk, I went wading into all of the Az technology matrix hubs that I could find. Nothing too deep, don't worry. I didn't want to set off any alarm bells. But I had a hunch that if I poked around long enough, I'd find something that might lead me to Emily. And sure enough, I did. A message from the genuine article herself. She messaged you? Sure enough, sent me a note. Want to hear what it said? He presses forward without waiting for a response. I'll tell you. The note said, and I quote, "Lay off, Blitz. I told you to leave me alone. You've shown admirable self-control over the past year. Please don't give up on it now. I'll be back when I can, if I can. Until then, keep away from me for both of our sakes." So I found her, and she wants nothing to do with me. Again, no explanations, no apologies, just a verbal pat on the head. I've shown admirable self-control? Really? She makes it sound like I'm a toddler or something. So did you lay off like the message said? Hell no. I wasn't going to stand for that. Where did she get off stealing from me and then acting like it was my fault? I tried to trace the message like any good Decker would. I note your use of the word tried. He nods grimly. She's good, Yummer. Better than I ever thought she was. I couldn't trace the damn thing. I could keep digging, though. I mean, if she noticed me doing it before, I must have been close. Now, before you say anything, I was more discreet this time. I can be subtle if I have to, says the dude with the red hair and the mohawk. Nobody noticed what I was doing, and I did find another clue. I hesitate to ask. That's okay, I'll tell you anyway. I found a connection between Emily and Seder Krupp. Ooh, Seder Krupp is a dragon-owned corporation, like literal dragon. So, do you think she works for SK then? That she stole the encrypted data and you gave to them? Well, maybe. I don't know. It's confusing. I was able to track down some message fragments connecting her to the Schachenwellenreiter. So maybe she was a Seder Krupp mole, and she got close to me so that she could, I don't know, so she could profit from my decking expertise? Maybe when she told me not to steal the data, she was using reverse psychology. That's got to be it. She must have wanted me to take it. He frowns and shakes his head. But then again, maybe she's with the Schachenwellenreiter, and she's screwing both the Azzies and SK over. If that's the case, then maybe she was with me because she genuinely wanted to be. He pauses for a moment considering. Then, all at once, he seems to perk up. He puffs out his chest, and he nods once, decisively. In either case, I should make an effort to find her. I mean, she's playing a dangerous game, whether she's with SK or Schachenwellenreiter. Excuse me, I got some hiccups here. Maybe she's gotten herself in too deep. She might need help. I mean, why else would she send me such a cryptic message? Well, I've been pushing him this far, so I'm going to say, I think you should go after her. She's clearly in over her head. What if she needs you? You're right, of course. You are absolutely right. Besides, it's not like she can send me a distress call. Her communications are probably being monitored. I'll bet that she spent the whole past year waiting for me to come riding into the rescue. Yeah. Blitz claps his hands and rubs them together in excitement. Get set, Chief. You're about to witness an event. When my gung-ho personality and my legendary skills come together, the whole world stops and takes notice. I don't have decking, so I can't help him with that. I'm going to say, I'm sure it does, Blitz. I can't wait to see how this plays out. You won't have to wait long. I know just the place to hit. That same technology data node that I stole the information from in the first place. I already know that I can get past the security, and my gut tells me that I'll find Emily there. Thanks for the encouragement, Chief. I knew that this was the right thing to do, of course, but you helped to quiet any lingering doubts I might have had. I really hope this doesn't go like bad and she ends up dying or something, because then it'd be like directly my fault. So, oops. He nods at you, an expression of supreme confidence on his face. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a damsel in distress to rescue. All right. Can we... Oh, well, we're just... The story... I think these these dialogue options were like piling up, and I had to complete his mission, and now they're coming through. So, Blitz looks grim. His customary table is littered with cigarette butts, and the heavy bags under his eyes tell you that he hasn't slept in a while. Yemmer. You don't look so good. No, I imagine that I don't. Well, so I'm guessing that the rescue attempt didn't go so well? No, it did not. As it turns out, she didn't need to be rescued. At least not before I showed up. I don't really want to go into this, Chief, so here's the abridged version. I made a mess of things. With your world-class skills, however could that have happened? I don't know, Chief. I really don't. I hit the data node just like last time, and just like last time, navigating it was a breeze. At least, it was in the beginning. The Azzies must have beefed up their security over the past year. That really shouldn't have come as a surprise. He shakes his head, a miserable expression on his face. It was all going so well, but I guess I must have tripped something. In the blink of an eye, there were alarms going off. Then I had black ice bearing down on me from all directions. I thought I was a dead man. How'd you make it out? Well, Emily found me, and, he turns his head and looks away. She rescued me. I'd have. Wow, that's a double contradiction. Or contraction? Contraction. I'd have been ecstatic to hear her if it wasn't so... To see her if I wasn't so ashamed. She didn't look particularly happy either. Well, you were finally reunited with your lost love. That's something, right? Yeah, sort of. Actually, no. Things are worse now, Chief. Much, much worse. The last I saw of Emily was she was being chased down by black ice. They'd gotten a trace on her. Then she must have jacked out because she just disappeared. She looked really, really angry. Livid would probably be a better word. And that's about it. She's gone, Yemmer. He looks down at the cup of soy calf in his hands. I don't know if I'll ever hear from her again. Let's see here. Well, I'm going to say stop being so doom and gloom. That isn't the Blitz I know. She'll come back to you. Just wait and see. Yeah, I guess so. A cheerful tone chirps out from the terminal on Blitz's table. He jerks up in surprise and hurriedly turns to read the message on the screen. As he mouths the words, you can see the hope on his face flicker and die. If anything, he looks even more miserable than he did before. Is that a message from Emily? He glances at you with red-rimmed eyes and averts his gaze. Without a word, he turns to the terminal so you can read the message on the screen. Oh, shit. Congratulations, jackass. You've managed to blow an op 5 years in the making and endanger Emily's life, all in one fell swoop. Thanks to you, we're going to have to work very hard to keep your ex alive. Don't bother looking for her again. She's being moved somewhere very, very far away. She never wants to speak with you again, by the way. Idiot. Freedom, equality, information. Shock and Wellenreiter. Oh, man. He clamshells the terminal closed, then puts his head in his hands. At least now you know she was working for the Shock and Wellenreiter. His reply is dull and flat. Somehow that's not a consolation. No, I guess not. Chief, let me ask you something. Did you suspect that something like this was going to happen when you let me go in there? Did you know that I was going to fuck it up somehow? No, of course not. I was optimistic. How could I? I don't know. I guess I'm just on edge right now. Oh, wow. Jeez, none of these options are good. Teach him humility, or say, oh, your relationship was a toxic one, or, you did this yourself. I don't know. I'm going to say it was a toxic relationship. None of them were good. You don't know what you're talking about, Chief. You've never met her. You're right. I don't. I was just trying to cheer you up. Yeah, well, thanks. This isn't the right time, though. He stares miserably at his feet. Maybe it's too late for me and Emily, but I can still try to be the man that she hoped I could be. Good plan. I'll leave you to it. All right, Chief. You do that. I've got some thinking to do. Okay. Well, at least she didn't die. Oh, we completed his storyline. As you approach Blitz, he gives you an easy smile. Hey, Chief. What's up? Any thoughts about the last run you'd like to share? Nah, nothing we haven't already talked about. Okay, see you later. All right. So let's see here. I think... Oh, let's check the computer. 2 new messages regarding fireworks. Oh, hey, this is the cafe kids we endangered and then helped out. The screen flickers to life and Heinrich's face appears. He raised a liter of beer to the screen and salute. Hey, Yimmer, that fireworks display, we blew up a building, that mysteriously went off at the Azzy compound was a thing of beauty. We wish you could have been in the coffee shop with us to see it, but we understand that you had more important things to do. Come by for a drink sometime, and we'll raise a toast to the rubble. The message ends and the image fades. You find yourself back at your inbox. Cool. Regarding your continued assistance. Shock and Wellenreiter, Yummer, thank you for your service. As a sign of our appreciation, we have decided to reward you with a piece of biotech that one of our operatives acquired on a recent job. Okay? If you wish to take advantage of this, go see Dr. Izikabel. The implantation surgery has already been paid for, so there will be no cost to you. Oh. Thanks again for your help, and enjoy your new toy. Freedom, equality, information, Shock and Wellenreiter. All right. I like saying Shock and Wellenreiter. I feel like I'm getting electrocuted when I say it. All right. Jobs directory. Okay, pending and active. Okay, so we don't have any jobs right now. BBS fund. Claim pay data. Sold as technology DNA donor list. Oh, $540. Nice. Okay, and then do we have pay data? Okay, we don't have any pay data to sell. Anything in the BBS? Oh. Dragon Kippa banking woes. Looks like there's been a good old-fashioned bank heist in Dragon Kippa. Drogan Kippa. One of those old defunded banks still had some funds in it, apparently. Whoever was responsible waltzed right in and transferred away a whole load of Nuyen. And that's not all. Palamayan had been contracted to do some work for one of the other lending establishments in the area. When he went to meet with his contact, all that he found was a couple of shell casings and a troll-sized pool of blood. Huh. And I'd always assumed that banking was a boring job. Sounds pretty action-packed to me. You've got a break-in, a big score, what looks like a revenge killing. All of that plus a steady paycheck? What more could you want? If you need me, I'll be putting in an application at my nearest savings and loan. Okay. Let's see here. Go back. Okay, and we have enough money in the Alice Fund. We have more. Oh. We actually have more. But we're not going to do it yet. I want to complete everybody's missions. So we're going to save. And then... Okay. So we have the van to Haro's compound. That's Glory's mission. And then this one I think is the weapon guy's mission. Actually, hold on. Let's go out to... Let's see what the doc has. What the BioWare we have. That is apparently for free. See if it's better than something we have. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Hey, Doc. Cyberware. So it's free. Adrenal Contractor. When triggered, gain 1 AP, but take additional 2 damage from attacks. That's body. Body right now, we have Ortho Skin. It has 1 armor. Oh, that's interesting. It has a 0 essence cost. 1 AP. Or 1 armor. Ooh. Ooh. I think I gotta go with that. Yeah, we're gonna replace it. It's gonna... But yeah, here we go. Okay. Alright. I wish... Let's see here. And this has 5. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, I guess that's it for me. All right. So let's see here. Let's go and do Glory's mission. That one's back in here. Oh, I gotta check my inventory. Yeah, I gotta do manage my equipment. Okay. So let's see here. I'm gonna get rid of one of those. And take a trauma pack. Okay. Alright. And we will save. And we will head out to the mission. We're going to do Glory's mission. Glory, because she's the only one we can take. Alright. Feuerstelle. The drive from the Cruise Bazaar to the Schönbach Forest was a long one. For over 6 hours, you and Glory rode in relative silence, with only the sounds of the road for company. Now you find yourself crouching in the woods, watching, waiting. Off in the distance, the rustic exterior of Feuerstelle looks curiously warm and inviting, but you know what's waiting inside. The anticipation churns at your guts like a living thing. Eventually, a van pulls out of the compound's driveway and rolls out along a service road before disappearing from view. Glory gives you a nod and begins to scramble forward. Harrow has left the building. It's time for you to make your way inside. Wait. I thought we prioritized taking out Harrow. He runs a cult that Glory was a member of, and they take kids and basically use and abuse them. But we had an option to prioritize rescuing the kids or killing Harrow. I thought we prioritized killing Harrow. Okay. All right, we are good. How's Glory? Glory has a grenade that... Oh. Can we give her... Yeah, we'll loan her the rifle. Okay, here we go. Actually, I need to check something. I don't know what her quickness is. Okay. Quickness is ranged combat. So mine is 5. Oh, so is hers. 4. Okay, she's actually better. She's better at ranged combat than me. So there we go. All right. The weathered edifice of Feuerstelle looms above you, dark and sinister in the chill night air. Despite the horrifying stories that Glory told you about this place, something about it feels strangely comforting. In the back of your mind, insidious voices whisper that you could stay here forever. Do you feel it? The lure of this place? Glory gestures with a limb of chrome and steel. When I was a kid, when I was whole, the pull was irresistible. Yeah, I feel it, but that doesn't change what we have to do. No, it doesn't. She looks at you, and her eyes are dark. When she speaks again, her voice is quiet but steady. You're going to see some terrible things in this place, Yemmer. Feuerstelle exists to prey on the young, and we're going to have to come face to face with that. Are you sure you're prepared for this? Oh man, if we have to fight kids, I don't know if I'm going to be cool with that. When you say the young, how young do you mean? I need to know what we're walking into. Teenagers mostly, 16 through 18, though there is the rare exception. That's young enough to make me feel uneasy. She nods. Me too, but we're going to put an end to it, one way or another. So we'll ask you again. Are you ready for this? I need an honest answer. I'm as ready as I'm going to be. She studies your face for a moment longer, then looks away. Good. You want to compare notes? Make sure that we're both on the same page? She nods. We take Harrow out of commission. You were right when you said we couldn't afford to let him live. Even if we completely destroyed this place, it'd all be for nothing if he got away. He'd just start another cult somewhere else. Any suggestions on how we should approach this? Well, hold on. We kill Harrow, yeah, but I think that we should try to save the cultists here too. Planning on that would be a mistake. This is going to be difficult enough as it is. If we don't focus our efforts on one thing or the other, we're going to fail at both. If we get an opportunity to rescue some cultists along the way, we'll take it. That goes without saying. But barring that, we should stay focused on killing Harrow. Yes. I say, fair enough. We stick with the plan and kill Harrow. Do you know how you want to approach this? Yeah. We're going to take out the shrine that Harrow uses as his power focus. We can't touch him while that thing is standing, but after we bring it down, he'll be vulnerable. Tell me more about this shrine. It's a lump of rock about as tall as I am, inscribed with runes and encrusted with bone. The shrine's power comes from an entity that Harrow bound onto the stone, something very old and very dangerous, a toxic spirit. In many ways, it's the heart of this place. We can't touch Harrow while the shrine is intact. If we try, he'll siphon enough power from it to slaughter us where we stand. But if we confront the shrine and kill the spirit, the astral backlash from its death will cripple him. All we'll have to do is finish him off. I want to hash out a few more details before we head inside. That makes sense? If you have questions, I'd be best if you ask them now. Okay? So we make our way to the shrine and then what? Take it out with explosives? Breaking the rock won't work. We'll have to take it on the spirit directly, track it to where it lives, and kill it. She pats a satchel that hangs from her shoulder. I've brought what we'll need to do that. I can't tell you exactly how this is going to go down, Yimmer. The spirit itself will have a good deal of control over that. But you'd better prepare yourself because I think this is going to be one hell of a fight. Okay? What about the other cultists? We'll save any that we can, but the energy released when the spirit dies will hurt them too. Anyone whose mind it touched will take a hit. Doesn't that mean the backlash will hit us too? You've only just arrived. The spirit hasn't had a chance to worm its way into your aura yet. You might black out for a minute or two, but otherwise you should be fine. As for me, well, like I said, this place can't touch me anymore. Sounds like this is our best shot then. It is. If the shrine is important, why didn't you mention it earlier? When I lived here, Harrow barely used the thing. To be honest, I think he was afraid of it. Back before I ran away, Feuerstella was nothing more than a cult of personality that evolved around Harrow. He didn't need magical help to keep us here. We loved him and we believed in his message. He created the shrine as an insurance policy. And you think that something has changed and he started abusing the shrine's power? She nods. Yes, and I think that my escape was the cause of that change. I know Harrow. When I ran, I bruised his ego. His charisma and charm had failed him, and my disappearance rubbed his nose in that failure. He wouldn't be willing to chance something like that happening again. Not when he had the means to prevent it. So the cultists here, they're like puppets? The shrine controls them? Not exactly. It's more insidious than that. Think of the shrine's influence as a drug. It lowers your inhibitions, makes you compliant. If you were to stay here for a couple of days, you'd fall in love with this place, and you wouldn't even know why. All of Harrow's bullshit would start to make sense. You'd be happy. In essence, all of the cultists here are addicted to this place. That makes them a threat, yes, but it also makes them victims. Okay, I think I know everything I need to. Let's get moving. She nods, and the razors flick out of her fingertips. I'm with you. Let's do it. Man, I really love the character. Like, the story, Glory's story is very compelling. It's horrible and terrible, but it's a very compelling story. And just game mechanics wise, I love the character. She is just the arm blades. Oh, I love it. Okay, sorry. Okay, here we go. I'm a little thirsty still, so I'm gonna drink some water before we keep going. All right. Okay, can we look around at all? Oh, okay. It looks like we can't walk off the path. I guess we just gotta go kick in the door here. Yep. Okay. Well, let's go. Enter Feuerstelle. Again, blanket apologies for destroying languages. For destroying names and the English language. All right, here we go. I wish there was like a sneak option. Okay. What do we got? We got a door here. You can hear a distant murmuring sound coming from inside the room. Voices, 3, maybe 4 people, all talking amongst themselves. You can make out what they're saying, but one of the voices sounds desperate. You've heard the tone before. It's the sound of a man pleading for his life. Oh man. We should keep moving. Whatever's going on in there, we don't want to get involved. Yeah, I know. We gotta stay focused. It sounds like somebody's in trouble in there. I don't doubt it. But we're here to kill Harrow, not the people he's brainwashed. After we've taken down the shrine, the cultists in there will be hurt, disoriented. We can deal with them then. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Glory, you win. Yep. We gotta stay focused on the mission. I do want to look around, though. Oh, okay, yeah, this is... What do we have here? What's this? Large book. An ostentatiously large tome sits cradled on this pedestal. The paper is robust and fibrous, and the binding has been expertly stitched. A steel plate running along the book's spine anchors it to the pedestal. Glory stares down at it, frowning. Harrow's Manifesto. The handcrafted line of bullshit that he feeds his initiates. We all ate it up with a smile and came away convinced that he was a genius. She leafed through the pages with an articulated finger. Looks like he's expanded over the last few years. It's at least twice as thick as it was when I lived here. Maybe there's something in there that we can use. I wouldn't want to hang around long enough to find out. This is Harrow's personal library. He used to experiment in here. There were dangerous things in here, Yemmer. Sick things. I was never allowed in this room without Harrow. Nobody was. He said it was for our safety, and I think that he was telling the truth. She pauses. I feel uneasy being in here. I don't want to stay here longer than we have to. A lot of options here. I'm going to say whatever Harrow's added to his manifesto, it could be important. I'm going to take a look. Because he might have added like different safeguards, things like that. Something. All right, I'll watch your back, but try to be quick. Okay, I'm going to leaf through the beginning. You flip through the early pages of the manifesto. Find what looks like a good place to jump in and start to read. Okay. When I first set out on the path to free living, I realized that I'd have to rethink all of my earlier assumptions about life. I'd have to question my own values and beliefs, and I'd need the strength to trust the answers that came to me. The prospect was daunting, but it was also necessary. The road to true freedom is paved with unanswered questions. After all, you can't learn to be free from a book. The answers won't come from a Bible, an instruction manual, or a code of conduct. If you don't learn that, you'll never break your chains. The path to true freedom is one that each of us must walk on his or her own. What makes life worth living? What in life is truly valuable? And what is the dross that can be burned away? I spent weeks dissecting every aspect of my life to find the answers to these questions. Slowly, agonizingly, I pared down to the list until only 4 items remained. These 4 items became the cornerstone of my new philosophy and the basis for everything that Feuerstahle stands for. Love, the first cornerstone and the most important. Without love, life is bland and meaningless. Without love, we might as well be machines. Love what you do. Love the people around you. But above all, love yourself. I'm trying to get my cult voice going here. Self-determination, the second cornerstone. Each of us must be his or her own shepherd. No more gods and no more kings. Your life is your own. Lash out against anyone or anything that tries to treat you like property. An assault on your freedom is an assault on your whole being, and it must be met with an equally ferocious response. Charity, the third cornerstone. A miserly life is an empty life. If each of us is his or her own master, then nobody should live as a serf. By helping others along the path to enlightenment, so do we enrich our own lives. Passion, the final cornerstone. Complacency is poison. Be wary of it. Ambition is the key to a fulfilling life. Don't settle for what is. If you do, you abandon what could be. You hear a rustling sound behind you. Glory. Turning, you can see a troubled look on her face. That ominous feeling is getting stronger, Yemmer. It feels like we're being watched. Yeah, I'm probably going to mess this up, but I'm curious. Leafing through the middle of the book, you find a section dedicated to Harrow's Rules of Living. Be free. Be free in all things, and experience that freedom with your whole being, body, mind, and spirit. Discard the oppressive traditions of modesty and shame that you've been indoctrinated with since birth. The free thinker has no use for them. Your body is a source of pride, of pleasure, and of succor. Succor? For yourself and for others. Enjoy it, and share that joy freely with those who desire it. Okay. Be selfish. Wait, what? Don't enslave yourself to the others at the expense of your own happiness. Take what you want, and do so unashamedly. Our desires are an important part of what makes us human. Society has trained us to hide that part of ourselves from the world. But the free living person doesn't cower in the shadows. Own your desires and rejoice in them. Selflessness is an ultimate dishonesty, and dishonesty has no place in a free society. Show reverence. The free living person understands that the only true governance in this world is the law of nature, and that in nature there is a hierarchy. The rabbit doesn't question the wolf. The mouse does not wonder why it must run from the cat. They do because they must. Their survival depends on it. As in nature, so it is at Feuerstahle. Know your place in the food chain and understand the mechanisms by which you can better yourself. You leaf forward and find that there are at least 20 more pages worth of rules. Each is worded vaguely enough to have multiple interpretations. You hear another rustling sound. Glory moving behind you. She stares down at the rules of living, looking with disgust on her face. Ooh, we have academic. I'm getting the feeling that... Oh, not right now, Sly. Sorry, everybody. We will snuggle later. All right. I'm getting the feeling that this entire thing is written in doublespeak. I doubt if there's a single statement in here that isn't contradicted somewhere else. She nods. A fact that Harrow and I use to our own advantage. We could justify just about anything by pointing to that manifesto. If an act was forbidden in one place, it's permitted somewhere else. If an initiate ever questioned our behavior, we could claim that he just doesn't understand the meaning of the book. The other kids would look at him as as the ignorant one. It's all bullshit, like I said. Clever bullshit, but bullshit all the same. Glory freezes up, her shoulders hunch, and her eyes narrow. Yemmer, that ominous feeling, it's getting closer. There's something in the room with us. I'm sure of it. We need to get out of here now. Ah. Oh, I know I should probably leave, but I'm too curious. You keep an eye out. I have to finish this. There might be something in here we need. The final pages of the manifesto devolve into semi-cohesive rants about anarchy, social Darwinism, free love, and the Horned God. You've seen this kind of thing before. Harrow's philosophy is collapsing under its own weight. Unfortunately, none of the cultists seem to have caught on to that fact. Done. This philosophy of Harrow's really starts to break down. Glory lets out a startled cry, cutting your sentence short. Out of the corner of your eye, you see her wheel and face something behind you. All at once, the room fills with a slaughterhouse smell, a smell like blood and bile and feces, the stench of an abattoir. Oh. Okay, we're doing this. As you turn, you catch sight of something sliding into the world. It looks like a charred man, with a pair of tortured faces where its shoulders should be. The thing burns like a Roman candle, spitting white hot sparks in a fiery plume. An oily substance runs down between its dangling legs and splatters on the floor. Where those drips land, they burn. Yimmer, look out! Alright. Ha! You missed me. Okay, first thing I gotta do is get my drone out. Okay, and then... hold on. Okay, hold on. Now, drone. Oh, this thing is tough. Damn it. Okay, you know what? Oh, she almost got it. There we go. The body of the thing that attacked you begins to dissolve at the moment of death. As you watch, its tissues break down into a growing slick of bubbling pitch and rendered fat. What the hell was that? Something from another place. Glory stares at the remains of the creature, now a dark stain on the library's floorboards. Like I said outside, the boundaries between the physical world and the astral space are weak here. Things can come through. A headless abomination just pissed lighter fluid onto the floor and tried to burn us to death. I think that things can come through is underselling it a bit. She shrugs. Semantics. Now can we please get out of here before it happens again? Yeah, good plan. But I want to check his computer. Oh, I don't have decking. This appears to be a standard terminal. A login prompt glows on the screen. We don't have the password, and I'm not a decker. Okay. There was a couple doors here I want to check. Anything in here? Oop. What's in the fridge? Ooh, do I even want to know what's in the fridge? As you open the refrigerator door, a whiff of ammonia sticks in your nostrils. Watery light glints off the door's polished interior. The fridge is stacked full of large plastic bins, all tightly sealed and neatly labeled. It's hard to tell through the opaque plastic, but they appear to be full of meat. Oh, I don't want to look at the box. What's in the box? You pop the lid off a container and take a closer look. The first thing that hits you is the smell. The meat in here is beyond rancid. White mold frosts the sides of the bin, and it's all that you can do to keep from gagging. As you rush to put the lid back on, you recognize a familiar shape in the rotten meat. A mangled human hand. Is that what I think it is? Glory's voice is flat. Ritual supplies. The adversary prefers them aged. Harrow teaches all the initiates how to do it. How to harvest the meat, how to store it, how to label it. Nobody likes doing it at first, but you learn. By the end, it doesn't even bother you anymore. This is beyond fucked. We need to shut this place down. With Hera dead, all of this will stop. She turns away from you. Let's keep moving. Yeah. I mean, I was already ready to shut the place down. This is just making it worse. Okay, what do we got here? Door. Oop, what do we got? Medicine. Level 2. I've already got it, so I'll send it to stash. Anything in here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, what do we got here? This is the Initiate's dormitory. The new revivals are brought here. There's still hope for these kids, Yemmer. Hera hasn't had a chance to ruin them yet. Okay, then we need to stop him before he can... Glory raises a hand, suddenly alert. Wait, listen. Moving in the other room. Listen closely. You strain your ears to listen. Soft voices from inside the room come drifting out of a nearby vent. You hear a woman's voice. The sound is crisp and smooth and sweet, and it instantly puts you at ease. Calm now, dear. It's probably nothing. No need to worry yourself. We're so far off the beaten track. We don't get a lot of visitors. Out of the corner of your eye, you can see Glory back stiffen. She flints as though she's been stung. Another voice, high-pitched and pleading, an adolescent boy. But what if it is someone? What if the bad people have found us? What if they followed me here and they've come to... The female voice cuts in, soft and comforting. Well then, we'll send them away. You're perfectly safe here. You'll have to believe that. Don't worry, dear heart. Hera won't let anyone hurt you. Not here, in this place. Not ever again. You hear another boy's voice, this one deeper. Are you certain, Marta? Oh, shit. Marta. This is Glory's ex, the one that... Marta is the one that got Glory into this cult. Positive. Be calm, all of you. As long as you're here with us, nothing bad will ever happen to you. I'm going to say, is that your Marta, Glory? She gives a curt nod. Not mine, Hera's. But she's the Marta from my story, yes. What do you want to do? Glory pauses, grits her teeth. Finally, she spits out an answer. I don't know. If she's still here, she'll be Haro's number one. My old position. He had his way with all of us, but he was always sweet on Marta. Part of me wants to kill her. She's the reason why a lot of kids wound up here, including me. She grits her teeth, and the razors flick out of her fingertips. A second later, she retracts them. But there isn't time. This isn't what we're here for. Okay, you're right. We can deal with Marta later after we've accomplished what we came here to do. A brief pause. She nods. Marta's voice floats back out through the vent. Hush now, boys, and get some rest. You've got a big day tomorrow, the biggest day of your lives. You get to meet Hera. I promise you, after you speak with him, you'll see the whole world in a different way, a better way. The adolescent voice trembles out a response. All right, Marta, have a good night. A lovely musical laugh pours through the vent. You too, dear heart, all of you. You hear the distant sound of a door sliding shut. Glory takes a deep breath and releases it. Let's go, Yemmer. We need to deal with that shrine. Yep, let's do it. Okay, there's another door over here, and then this hallway. So I want to check this door. Oh. What's this? Glory pauses at the side of the van. She traces the side of it with a claw. I remember cruising the back alleys of Tubingen, looking for kids in need of help. The bait girls, Marta and the others like her, would offer them money or food or drugs or sex, whatever it took to get them in the van. And once they piled in, Hera and I would be waiting to greet them. I remember so many nights like that. She frowns. I remember how much I used to enjoy it. I'm going to say, coming back here shows integrity, Glory. Most runners that I know wouldn't have done what you're doing tonight. Left to my own devices, I probably wouldn't have. You pushed me to do this, to find some semblance of redemption. I owe you for that. You don't owe me anything. She shrugs. Tell yourself whatever you like. We both know the truth. Come on, let's keep moving. Okay, I just want to make sure. Nothing in here. And I got there's one more room down here, I think. Yeah. Got some bug flying around me. You hear voices speaking in low tones through the wood of the door. You can't make out the words, but regular choruses of rough laughter tell you that the people on the other side of the door are enjoying themselves. Those voices belong to Harrow's acolytes. They all have some magical training, and they like hurting people. You open that door, and we're going to have a fight on our hands. How do you know they're acolytes? Process of elimination. Initiates aren't allowed in that room. It's one of Harrow's rules. On the rare occasion that an initiate is invited in, he usually doesn't come back out again. What happens in there? Her mouth tightens. It's a sort of lounge for Harrow's inner circle. The acolytes and the bait girls and Harrow's wives. Marta and I used to spend a lot of time in there. Okay, we're going to keep moving. So we'll deal with that later. I just want to get the lay of the land. Alright, but we need to go this way. And there was no... Oh. Yeah, this was like an empty room. Alright, we're going to save. And then we'll deal with this. Oh no! The doorway shimmers with a faint red light. As you approach the door, you can feel a squirming sensation in the back of your skull. Your limbs begin to tingle, then feel heavy. The closer you get to the doorway, the more of a struggle it is to continue moving forward. It feels as though the strength is being siphoned from your body. Let's step back. As you step away from the door, the crawling sensation gradually recedes. A moment later, the strength returns to your limbs. Glory stares into the light, frowning. The shrine room is through there, but this barrier wasn't here before. Harrow must have warded the doorway after I ran. Okay, how do we get through? The ward is like a lock. There must be a key. A grimace crosses her face. And I know who has it. There's only one person here that Harrow would offer it to. Marta. She nods. Damn it. Looks like we're going to have to confront her after all. The razors flick out of her fingers. Let's go. Alright, well, we know where she is. I wonder if we had enough body, we would have been able to just push through it. Okay, here we go. I'm going to throw down another save. Why is there a bunch of rope just laying on in the hallway there? That's not super creepy. Listen at the vent. You hear only the sound of moving air. Alright, open the door. Hey everybody. Hey friendly people. How you doing? Don't mind me. Sorry, just a second. I need some water. Okay. Everybody be cool. Just coming in here. Hi. Oh, damn it. The initiate closest to the door whips his head up to look at you. He takes a stutter step backward in alarm, then opens his mouth to cry for help. You don't want to do that. Glory looks deep into the initiate's eyes, transfixing him. We're not here to hurt you. Oh, we have street etiquette. If we wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. You've lived on the street. You know how this works. Slowly, the initiate seems to calm down. Yeah, you're right. But if you don't want to hurt anyone, why are you here? We just want to have a word with Marta. A private word between old friends. Understand? The initiate nods. Yeah, that's cool, I guess. All right. Can we talk to her? The initiate by the door is staring at Glory's limbs, her eyes wide. She's a mousy little thing, probably somewhere in the vicinity of 17 years old, with purple contact lenses and a shock of blue hair. She glances up at Glory, blinking. You used to live here, didn't you? I've seen your picture before. Glory's expression remains neutral. Really? I think so. I didn't look at it long. It was in a room that I wasn't supposed to be in, but I'm pretty sure it was you. It probably was. You're right. I did live here, a long time ago. I was like you back then, a scared kid, brought here by Marta for a chance at a new life. I like Marta. She's so nice. I always feel safe when I'm with her. Most adults aren't like that. They either don't notice you or they do for the wrong reasons. But Marta, she cares about us. There's a long pause, and then the initiate looks to you. Screwing up her courage, she speaks. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, ask away. Well, I overheard Marta talking with Mr. Harrow yesterday. I think they were talking about our meeting with him, the one that Marta was just telling us about, where we'll learn to see the world in a different way. Go on. Well, I couldn't really hear the whole conversation. It was all muffled. What I could hear was kind of weird. Mr. Harrow said some stuff about a shrine, and then it sounded like he changed the subject, because he started talking about dinner. Something about chopping up meat. Well, Marta got real upset, said, they're too new, they're not ready, make the older ones do it, stuff like that. But then Mr. Harrow said some other things, and then she calmed down again. When she left, she was smiling. And so, I was just wondering, do you know what they were talking about? I want to make sure that Marta is okay, but I can't ask her about it because I don't want her to find out that I was eavesdropping. Now, I'm not going to put this on Glory. I think I know what Harrow has planned for you. Have you ever opened the fridge in the other room? No? Why? Is that where we're going to make dinner? Glory cuts in. Her voice is gentle. I wouldn't worry about it. We'll make sure that Marta is okay. All right, but don't tell her I told you, please? Don't worry, we won't. How long have you been here, by the way? Almost a week. She shuffles her feet. Eventually, she looks up with a small smile. It's wonderful. Of course it is. So much nicer than living on the street, isn't it? Glory's face is kind, but her tone is one of incredible sorrow. You be good, sweetie. Don't you worry. We'll take care of Marta. The girl smiles sheepishly and steps back. As you pass her on your way to the door, Glory shoots you a sidelong glance. It's like I thought. Things have changed in the past few years. How so? Back when I lived here, Harrow would never have let such a fresh convert prepare a sacrifice. He'd wait until she was in so deep, until she felt so indebted to him that she couldn't turn tail and run. It was a rule. You let the newcomers get settled for a month, maybe two, before teaching them the more unsavory aspects of cult life. Even then, you'd start them off slow. Their first lessons would use pork or chicken, never human meat. That didn't come until much later. Indoctrinating a new recruit after a week is risky as hell, and he never would have done it when I lived here. The shrine. He's using it to brainwash the initiates faster than he used to. She nods. That's what I'm thinking. Harrow's getting lazy, letting his captive spirit do the heavy lifting for him. So what does this mean for us? I'm still working on that, but I don't think that the shrine is just a tool for Harrow anymore. I think he relies on it. He's using it as a crutch. She cocks her head slightly, a thoughtful expression on her face. I think he's let himself become dependent on the damn thing. That girl is never going to have to do what we saw back in that kitchen. I won't let that happen. She nods, a fierce look in her eye. On that we are agreed. Okay. After each dialogue, I like to save because it takes a while and I don't want to have to go back over them if the game crashes. Marta is just on the other side of this door. However this goes, we're going to have to move quickly afterward. If she dies, Harrow will know it. Excuse me. And I don't trust her to keep her mouth shut if she lives. So we take the key to the shrine room, break through the ward, and confront the spirit. Are we clear on that? Okay, this is it. Crystal, let's do this. All right. Here we go. The woman in this room is lovely. Full lips contrast artfully with her fine elvish features, and a tumble of fire-red hair spills down over her shoulders. Beyond her physical beauty, there's something inherently approachable about her. She exudes an almost palpable aura of kindness and warmth. Marta, Glory's old lover, the lure that Harrow used to draw her and so many others to Feuerstalla. She looks up with a start at the sound of your approach. Her eyes go wide at the sight of Glory. As she takes in her cyberware, her mouth falls open in horror. Glory? Yes, Marta, it's me. Glory's voice is cold. It's been a long time. It has. Marta swallows, then horrified look hasn't left her face. Glory, what have you done to yourself? What I had to do. I got out, Marta. This was the only way. Oh, Glory. All at once, the horror on Marta's face is replaced with an expression of profound sorrow. I am so sorry. Marta steps forward, her arms extended to wrap Glory in a hug. All at once, something in Glory's face changes. Her skin goes from pale to pallid, and her breath becomes ragged. She takes a step back and raises her claws into defensive posture. Her voice frosts over with cold rage. Don't you touch me. You're one of Harrow's creatures. You always were. Marta stops short. One of his creatures? Glory, what are you talking about? I'm gonna let Glory do this. You know as well as I do. You worship that monster. You seduced me into coming here so that I would worship him. If you hadn't found me, if you hadn't baited me, none of this would have happened. None of what? I haven't done anything. If you had just left me where you found me, I never would have hurt anybody. My mother would still be alive. I never would have sold my soul to that abomination that you all worship, and I wouldn't have to sacrifice my own body to escape from it. This place took everything from me, and it all started with you. She looks genuinely hurt. Harrow and I rescued you from a life on the street. A beautiful girl, homeless, penniless, living in a gutter. I pulled you away from all that. I saved you. There's a long pause. Glory stares into Marta's eyes, her expression unreadable. I don't feel much anymore, Marta. Most of the time, I'm completely numb. But for you, I can make an exception. I hate you. I'm sorry you feel that way, Glory. For my part, I still love you. The razors flick out of Glory's fingertips. Her lip curls into a snarl. Another lie. The last one you'll ever tell. I'm going to say, I don't think that she's lying, or at least she doesn't think so. She believes what she's saying. That's because it's true. I'll prove it to you. Her words come out stammering out of her. Her eyes are fixed on Glory's razors. Ask me anything you want. I'll show you that I'm telling the truth. I never wanted anything bad to happen to you, Glory. Not ever. She wheels to face you. Why are you listening to her? She's just telling you what you want to hear. That's her whole purpose here. Remember? She's bait. Why should we listen to anything she has to say? Let's see here. I'm going to say, knowing how the shrine is affecting her mind might help us, Glory. She fumes at you, but only for a moment. You might be right. Marta looks from you to Glory, a confused expression on her face. Her voice goes quiet. There's nothing wrong with my mind, Glory. I don't even understand what you two are talking about. No, of course you don't. She fidgets in agitation. I understand your interest in learning more about this, Yemmer, but we're wasting time and we need that key. If Harrow gets back here before we've dealt with that shrine, we're fucked. Ooh, we have a street etiquette. I spent enough time on the street to learn how to read a person, and I'm telling you, Marta loves those kids. Bullshit. You're falling into the same trap that I did. Marta holds her silence. She looks at you with wet, lustrous eyes. I don't think that she wants to hurt anybody, Glory. Some part of her doesn't understand what this place really is. Glory stares at you for a moment, naked hostility on her face. Then the razors slide back into their housings with a click. All right, Marta, convince me. Convince you of what? That I'm not a monster? I don't know how to do that, Glory. You can start by telling me how you sleep at night. You know what happens to the kids you bring here. You know what happened to me. But you're still luring them here, into Haro's clutches, all these years later. So tell me, how do you live with yourself? Explain it to me. For a moment, you can see the conflict behind Marta's eyes. If cognitive dissonance had a face, it would be hers. Confused, frightened, angry, at war with herself. For a moment, she struggles to speak. Then the whispering sensation that you felt outside of the compound comes back, and her face changes. The muscles of her brow relax, and she appears to be at peace. Why are you asking me this, Glory? You already know the answers. The kids here, they aren't being hurt. They're walking the path to free and pure life, just like Haro taught us. I'm going to say, the shrine is whispering to her, Glory. I can feel it, too. She's blissed out on it, like you said. Marta continues, her joyful smile widening. Her voice is placid. Haro is a great man, a prophet. True sacrifices have to be made, but that brings in return is so much love. Glory, you remember? Glory grits her teeth but gives you a small nod. Yeah, you're right. After so many years living here, I don't know if she even knows what normal feels like anymore. She steps forward and grabs Marta by the shoulders. It's a curiously soft gesture. Marta, if what you're saying is true, if you ever really did care for me, then please, give me your key. It's important. She blinks. Key? Whatever you use to get past the wards outside of Haro's shrine. I need it. Don't ask why. Just do this for me. You owe me that much. She looks momentarily conflicted. Then the moment passes. No, Haro said I have to guard this. He told me that I could never take it off. I can't question one of Haro's orders. It would be wrong. Ah, academic. We've read his orders. Don't you see anything ironic about a cult devoted to freedom and rebellion with a totalitarian leader? She blinks. Clearly she doesn't understand. Marta, if Haro actually believed in the rules that he's taught you, he wouldn't have a problem with you questioning his orders. She blinks. That whispering sound returns, soft and insistent, and the flicker of unease on her face is replaced with an easy smile. You just don't understand. You don't see the beauty of Haro's vision. You don't feel the love. Then maybe you could explain it to me. Maybe if you could answer my questions, I'd be able to see the light. She nods eagerly. Yes, please, go on and ask your questions. I'll explain everything, and you'll see for yourself how perfect and right our way really is. How beautiful it could be. Okay, here we go. I'm going to say, I've read Haro's manifesto. It looks like he spends a long time talking about charity. She nods eagerly. Yes, of course, charity. The kind that I practice when I rescue young people from the streets. But then, in his rules of living, he says that all free thinkers are supposed to be selfish. Well, yes, and after that, he says only the strong deserve to prosper. So which is it? The confusion washes over her face again. She begins blinking agitatedly and fidgeting. Then that unseen force clamps down again, and she seems to calm. You just don't understand the beauty of his message, the truth behind it. I'm going to say, give us the amulet, Marta. It's the right thing to do. You feel the whispering again, and the look of confusion intensifies on Marta's face. I don't know what to do. What you say makes sense, but it feels wrong somehow. And I just can't. It isn't you. It's this place. It gets into your head. It took a lot more than this to wake me up to it. I don't know what to do. Slowly, she fishes the amulet from between her breasts. She'll hold it out to you with a trembling hand. Take it and go. Do what you need to do. Thank you, Marta. She holds her head clasped between her hands. A tortured expression has overtaken her face. Please, just go. Oh, okay, cool. So we managed to... Why can't I... Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't want to have to kill anybody, really, unless I absolutely have to. Alright. And we're going to save. Alright, let's try and get to the door. Hey, there we go. As you step forward, the scintillating red light that streams from the doorway flickers and dies. There's a strange lurching sensation in your gut, but it clears almost instantly. The door swings open with a touch. That seems to have done it. Glory nods, then reaches into her satchel. Her hand comes back out, clutching a small jar. I'm going to put a smear of this on your forehead. It's a sort of alchemical balm. Her voice goes quiet. Harrow taught me how to make it. She unscrews the cap from the jar, revealing a pale white ointment. The surface glitters strangely in the dim light. If you ever wondered where my share of the take from our jobs has gone, this is the answer. Powered orichalcum isn't cheap. What does the ointment do? The boundaries between the material world and the astral plane are weak in this space. Things can bleed through. The balm is like a lens. It focuses your perceptions, makes the haze real. She applies a smear of ointment to her forehead. It looks like a glob of glittering white paint. With this, we can deal with the spirit on its own level. I'm glad you came prepared. She dips her finger back into the balm and traces it down your forehead. The ointment feels cool and oily on your skin. I didn't have much of a choice. There's no way that I could pull this off without alchemical assistance. I wouldn't even want to try. She fishes in her bag a second time and pulls out a pair of silver necklaces. A rune-inscribed pendant dangles from each. This will protect your astral self from spiritual possession. Don't take it off while we're dealing with the shrine, whatever you do. Got it. Glory puts on her own pendant. The necklace glitters slightly against her pale skin. I don't know what's going to happen when we step into that room, Yimmer. We're playing with forces outside of our control. Are you ready to do this? Okay, ready as I'll ever be. There's a long pause before she speaks again. When she does, her voice sounds strained. At the very beginning of this thing, we both agreed that Harrow needs to die. I still want that. I want to bury my claws in his belly and pull out his entrails for what he did to me and to all the other kids like me. But from what we've seen here tonight, I suspect that Harrow isn't the real power here anymore. Explain. I think that when Harrow started using his shrine, he handed the spirit trapped inside of it the keys to the kingdom. The bastard might think that he's in charge here, but he isn't. Not anymore. He's a servant, just like everybody else. The only difference is that he doesn't know it. Interesting. What this means for us is that we shouldn't have to kill Harrow to put an end to all of this. I don't think that he'll be much of a threat on his own. Not anymore. If we can manage to purify the spirit rather than killing it, it'll withdraw from the cultist minds willingly. We can save them. Oh. Okay. I think that if we purify the spirit, Feuerstella will die. We'll save all of the kids and the nightmare will end. But if we do that, Harrow will get away. Yeah, she spits the words out of her mouth, a bitter expression on her face. Harrow will get away. I don't like it either. He deserves to face justice. But I also don't think that he poses the kind of threat that he used to. It looks to me like he's traded his old tricks for easy power. Take that power away from him, and what does he become? A pathetic little man who failed to satisfy a vindictive idol. It's a great theory, but that's all it is. We don't know for a fact if any of what you just said is true. No, we don't. I think that it's likely, but we don't know for sure. All right. What you're saying makes sense to me. All right. We purify the spirit, rescue the cultists, and bail. We can worry about Harrow later. If what she's saying is true, then that changes everything. She nods. Let's do it. Okay. And, oh, cool. Sage Forest. Let's go. As you approach the shrine, a chorus of high, sibilant voices fills the air. The sound is light and airy, but something about it fills you with bone-deep dread. Welcome home, Glory. Glory's eyes go wide. She opens her mouth to speak, but no sound escapes her. Glory, what? Something slams into you, a wave of intangible force that turns your consciousness inside out and sends shockwaves reverberating through your mind. The world lurches and everything goes black. Uh-oh. Whoa. Slowly you begin to stir. Murky, flickering impressions evade the oily stillness of your unconscious mind. The sensation comes in waves, washing up over you and jerking you back toward consciousness. You smell acrid smoke and burning meat. The roar of distant flames whispers in your ears. When your eyes flutter open, a dull red glare fills your vision. As you attempt to struggle to your feet, you become dimly aware that the gravity here feels wrong. Everything is heavier than it should be. Oh no, do I not have my drone? Oh, okay, whew, there he is. Oh my god, I was like, okay, we're dead. If I don't have my drone, we're toast. Slowly, the waves grow still and your senses calm. You find yourself staring into an infinite horizon. The blasted ruins of Feuerstalle stretch out in all directions, as far as the eye can see. Is this astral space? No. Warily, she surveys her surrounding. We're someplace else. You're going to have to be more specific. I don't have an answer for you, but there's one thing that I'm sure of. Whatever this place is, the adversary holds sway here. If this is the adversary's domain, wouldn't that make it hell? No, she shakes her head. I don't think it's as simple as that. But the spirit we're hunting is going to be here, right? Yes, it should be here, somewhere. Okay. Oh, yeah, I was worried I didn't have my drone. Okay. Oh, it's like the Matrix. Oh, shit. Okay, that's it. Yep, we're on. Okay. Shit. Yeah, I need to get in behind cover. And let's see. Let's get you behind cover as well. Okay, you missed. Haha. And all right. You're up. But I'm going to take a shot at this guy. Oh, cool. Oh, Droney. Nice. Shit. All right, here we go. Damn it. Alright, let's get him. Yeah, I want to flank him. Oh crap, it could heal itself? Well, that sucks. There we go. Okay, Droney. There we go. Cool, 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 cool. Alright. Hold on, I need to check. Did we just heal up? 58, 75. Okay, cool. And we're going to save that. that was just like the first guard, so... Okay, we got 3. Let's see. Oh, that's better. Alright, there we go. Wait a minute, wasn't there 3? Or was it 2? Oh. 50 and 50. Oh, yep, there's 3. Damn it. Okay, hold on. I have a grenade launcher. But I don't have any AP. Alright. You have a grenade. Okay. Oh yeah, everybody get close together. Get close together. Yes. Yes. Fuck. Well, I missed, but they took a hit. Alright, until they come up, I'm just gonna have her shoot them. Alright. There we go. Ow. Alright. Okay, let's switch back to the rifle. Shit. Come on, get a crit. Shit. Oh, he's almost down. Come on. Nice. Now, quit it. Okay. Damn it. Get up. One more. There we go. All right. Oh, we heal after each round. That's good. I don't know if we heal full amount though. Let's see real quick. 58. Yeah. Glory. A little wounded, but okay. Oh. Okay, this might be it. Yep. Okay. The thing hovering before you is hideous. Its broad chest is jacketed in scale-like patches of burning coal, and its many sets of antlers shimmer with heat. It smells like a barn fire, wood smoke, burning fur, and blackening bodies. The spirit inclines its head towards Glory and spreads its arms in welcome. Glory, welcome, child. It speaks in a chorus of clear, lilting voices. You don't hear them so much as feel them. The sensation is strange, like hundreds of butterflies fluttering your chest. Okay, so it's a higher... What a pleasure it is to see you again. Glory steps forward, trepidation on her face. Standing before the towering form of the spirit, she looks frail and small. She takes a deep breath, steels herself, and speaks. I know what you were, spirit, before the adversary twisted you, before Harrow bound you into this rock. She drops a hand to the satchel at her side. I can help you be that again. All you need to do is let me. The spirit chuckles, a strange warbling sound that sends a shiver down your spine. We are not in need of help. We are our great master's servant, just as Harrow is, just as you are, despite your misguided attempt to cut away his love from your heart. The voices in your head soften, become sad, but the fluttering in your chest turns ugly, like the buzzing of a swarm of blowflies. You have mangled yourself beyond repair, and you did it to spite him. He, who was your greatest benefactor, you betrayed him, child, but he loves you all the same. I'm going to just say, don't listen to this thing, Glory. Slowly, terribly, the spirit begins to turn. You can hear the crack and pop of splintering vertebrae as its enormous head shifts on its shoulders. It fixes its cavernous gaze on you. Your friend, this outsider, speaks out of turn, but we take no offense. His words are like the babble of a newborn babe. He is ignorant of the truth. The spirit inclines its head toward you. If the noise continues, we will teach him, and the babble will cease. Glory shoots you a sidelong glance. She mouths the word, don't. I have a message for you from our great master. He has a gift for you, a peace offering, one that he offers freely, a sign of his continued affection for you. He knows that you desire his servant's destruction. As a symbol of his love, he will grant you the power to bring an end to Harrow. He knows that you wish to free the children of Feuerstala. As a sign of his compassion, he will help you set them free. You can have everything you want, child, all of this and more. We're going to remain silent, because she told us to keep quiet. That's a nice pitch, Spirit, but you neglected to mention the price. The Spirit leans toward her, clasping its hands. This will cost you nothing, a simple gesture, a trifle, a show of good faith. If you demonstrate your love for him, he will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. Remove the protective ward from your neck, and his gift is yours for the taking, yours forevermore. Nope, we're going to let her do it. Glory cranes her neck to look up at the reeking, cadaverous thing that looms over her. I had my own limbs hacked off to get away from the adversary. I paid somebody to do it. That's how badly I want to be free of your great master. Your offer is pathetic as it was predictable. To be frank, I'm disappointed in you. The bonfire stench of the spirit thickens, and its antlers glow white. The heat radiating from the thing is like an oven, a kiln, a blast furnace. If you rebuke our great master a second time, I will chew what's left of you into mulch. The marrow from your bones will nourish the garden. I promise you this, child. I promise it. I have a better idea. She dips a hand into her satchel and produces a ceremonial dagger. The blade shimmers eerily in the light. We're going to purify you, Spirit, and after we've finished, you'll help us rescue those kids. The Spirit cackles. Very well, child. If pain is what you seek, we will bring it to you. Beneath its leathery skin, the thing's bones begin to shift, straining against the ligaments and tendons that bind them. A hideous crackling sound fills the air as its skeleton splinters and pops. Oh, okay. As you watch, the spirit's body begins to rupture. Great lesions open up the creature's chest and back, and its ribcage cracks from some horrible internal pressure. The spirit's chest heaves, and a foul liquid pours from the rips in its flesh. A flash of light stabs your eyes, and when your vision clears, you find 3 identical spirits floating before you. Death comes in many forms, child. The fluttering sensation in your chest grows into a rasping pain that steals the breath from your lungs. It feels like you'll be eaten alive. Yours will be swift and brutal. All right. Okay. Gotta give behind some cover. Turn my drone on. All right. And my drone, I want him away from me. So I'm actually going to put him over here. Okay. Heart of Feuerstall, Heart of Feuerstall. Okay. So let's go. Shit. That was weird. Okay. Ow. What? A figure materializes out of the shadow. The form is wispy and insubstantial, a projection of a man, distorted by distance. His silhouette ripples like a flag in the wind. Through the haze, you can see his face. He is more beautiful than handsome, with sculpted features and an unnaturally youthful complexion. His expression is sad. Harrow. Glory. The voice is deep but faint and marred by echoes. It sounds as if he's shouting from the far end of a long tunnel. You shouldn't have come here. I was content to let you live out your life in peace. I've come to put an end to this place, Harrow. This place and your pathetic, sickening cult. I don't want to kill you, Glory, and I won't, unless you force my hand. The flickering silhouette spreads his arms wide. Ask me for my protection, and I will usher you out of this place. You can leave Feuerstelle in peace. If you ask me politely, I might even let your friend leave with you. I won't abandon your victims here, Harrow. Not again. I'm going to burn this place to the ground. My only regret is that you aren't here in person to burn with it. The projection of Harrow sighs. A fight, then. Very well. The air all around him begins to pulse with scintillating bursts of color. His rippling, transparent form glows with heat from within. You brought this upon yourself. Oh, crap. We gotta fight him, too? Okay, I don't like this. Ah, nope. Damn it. Oh, okay. Whoa, what? Okay, screw this. We gotta hit the big guy. How much does 12 damage? Yeah, here. Damn it. Okay, he's not the right one. That's the one. Yeah, we gotta hit this guy. Oh, here we go. Damn it. One more. Come on. Yes! Weakened, the spirit's form flickers and sparks. The burning coals that cling to its body fall off in clumps, and its searing antlers begin to cool. The chorus of lilting voices warbles and shrieks as its body transmogrifies into something else. Through the haze, you can see Harrow's eyes go wide. At once, his rippling silhouette begins to fade back into the shadows whence it came. His body becomes insubstantial. Go ahead and run, you fucking coward. Run back to the real world and whatever hole you crawled out of. We'll catch you. Shadows in the shape of a man smile back at you. The distance in his voice is increased. It sounds like he's shouting from miles away. I don't think so. You don't even know where the real me is, Glory. Oh, don't worry. We'll find you. We're good at that sort of thing. The projection flashes you a condescending grin. Believe whatever you like, fool. It won't do you any good. Years from now, I'll still be doing what I do, and you'll have accomplished nothing. Go ahead, Harrow. Try to set up another cult. You won't get far before I hunt you down. The projection chuckles. The sound is thin and hollow. You know better than that, but nothing makes me happier than the sound of you lying to yourself. Goodbye, Glory. The shadow slowly dissipates, and Harrow is gone. Run, coward, run far away. We'll find you. Glory continues staring for a long moment at the spot where the projection of Harrow vanished. Her expression is unreadable. Slowly, she turns away. Oh, yeah, he was a normal. The spirit's writhing form continues its transformation. Twisted claws buckle, break, and reform. Charred bone begins to heal. The barnfire stench of it slowly dies away, replaced by an array of more pleasant smells: oak and pine and mineral oil, rustic feasts, and mulled wine. As it cools, the spirit raises its head. Its body is as shaky as a newborn foal's. What has happened to us? What have we done? I'm going to say nothing. What have you done? Terrible things, spirit. Loathsome, unforgivable things. You have corrupted children, turned them into killers. You've been a party to violence, torture, and the desecration of corpses. You've created monsters. The spirit cringes, shaking its great head from side to side. It doesn't speak, but a low rumbling sound emanates from somewhere deep in its chest. Unpleasant to think about it, isn't it? But you have to, spirit. You can't run from what you've done. Your actions are a part of you, whether you like it or not. The rumbling sound turns into a tormented howl. The noise conjures images of mourning mothers and caged animals, screeching orphans and dying men. It is a sound of pure, unmitigated despair. Glory takes a step forward to the giant creature. Listen to me, spirit. I need your help. We're here to rescue the cultists of Feuerstelle, the street kids whose mind you touched. We're getting them out of here before the adversary can do to them what it did to you. The spirit stares at Glory for a long moment. Finally, it dips its head in a nod. Yes, we will help you. Good. Now get out of those kids' minds. I have already done so. The cultists of Feuerstelle are themselves again. The spirit bows its head. We wish to do more. We have much to atone for, as you said. Not right now, sweetie. Sorry. Here we go, Sly. All right. Go ahead. We won't stop you. No, but the stone will. We are bound to this shrine, anchored here. We can do nothing without your help. Tell us what you need us to do. We need an appropriate vessel to carry us out of the rock, something touched by magic, but more dead than alive. It dips its head. Do you have anything that can help us? Gingerly, she reaches up and wraps a hand around the protective ward that hangs around her neck. Yes, I think I do. Oh no, that's her. I'm not going to say anything. With a single motion, she snaps the chain. The pendant falls to the floor. The heart of Feuerstelle lowers its eyeless head, then traces an elaborate gesture in the air. A warm glow envelops it, and a similar glow spills from Glory. There's a bright flash, and the spirit is gone. Glory, are you okay? Slowly, she rises. She looks at you in the eye, a quizzical expression on her face. I can feel it. The spirit. It's bound to me now. So what does that mean for us? Can the spirit help us, like it said? See for yourself. She raises an arm, and you feel a burst of warmth and comfort in your chest. It wants to help people, to heal them. It wants redemption, just like I do. Together, maybe we'll find it. Behind your eyes, your vision starts to twist. It feels as though you're being turned inside out. Time to go. With the spirit's link to the adversary severed, this entire reality is falling apart. See you in the real world, Glory. Yeah, she offers you a grateful smile. I'll see you there. Okay. Slowly, you swim back to consciousness, struggling to your feet. You find Glory already standing and alert. I can feel them. The spirit set them free, but they're trapped somewhere here in the complex. The initiates, you mean? Yes, and others. She surveys the room, a worried expression on her face. We need to find them and get out of here. The connection between this compound and wherever we were is breaking down. As this place disintegrates, more and more things are spilling through. Say no more, we're getting out of here. Not without the cultists, but yes. She strides towards the door. Let's get moving. Okay. And I am going to save. All right. So let's do a loop around and... Uh-oh. Okay, that door is closed. Oh, we can't go that way. That door we can't open now. Oh, here we go. Here's something. This is the only way we can go. Clear rubble. Alright. Hey everybody. As you kick the door open and stumble forward into the room, you find yourself surrounded by a sea of teenage faces. Initiates and acolytes, huddled together and trembling. With the spirit's influence cleared from their minds, their swagger is gone. They look frightened and lost, like kids who have lost their who have had their security blankets torn away. Glory, is that you? The acolyte is in his early 20s, close to Glory's age. His eyes are wide with astonishment. You don't know me, but I was new initiate back when you lived here. When you were... She cuts in, but her voice is gentle. Yes, it's me. Come on, we're taking you to safety, someplace far away from here. A scrawny teenager in a ratty coat stares at Glory's chrome, his mouth hanging slack. His voice cracks when he speaks. What happened to you? What happened to you? Your arms. Something that you'll never need to worry about. Come on, let's get the hell out of here. Couldn't have put it better myself. Come on, people. We're taking you someplace safe. Okay. Oh. Oh, that was it. Okay. The Cruise Bazaar. You thread your way through the streets of the Schoenbach forest, tracing your way back to the thicket where you and Glory hid the van. The inferno that consumed Feuerstalle is spreading, and the conflagration casts the forest around you in a sinister orange light. The heat at your back is intense, unbearable. Far ahead, Glory blazes a trail for you to follow, shredding the foliage in her path. The liberated initiates teeter on the edge of panic as they struggle to keep pace behind you. The fire is moving fast, but you're faster. As Glory helps the last of the kids in the van, you put the vehicle in gear and punch the accelerator. The burning ruin of Feuerstalle recedes in the distance, a glowing speck in the rearview mirror. The peace and safety of the Cruise Bazaar lie ahead. Okay. Do we have any karma, hopefully? Technically, we should have a lot of karma. 2? Okay. We will be right back, everybody. Give us just a moment. Hey everybody, welcome back. Alright, so here we are. We are back at the U-Bahn. Actually, that didn't make us any money. But let's go talk to Glory. And I understand that this was actually... gotta pet the pupper. Always gotta pet the pupper. Good boy. So, this was originally a DLC for the... for Shadowrun Returns. But, I mean, playing it, this is... I mean... Yeah, it's a standalone. There's a lot in here. It feels almost more than there was in Shadowrun or Returns. I want to check, make sure no messages. Check the BBS. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna walk away, and let's go talk to Glory. Glory stands, an introspective look on her face. At the sound of your approach, she turns to face you. She nods at you. Thank you for your help at Feuerstalla. I couldn't have done it without you. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to talk with you about that. After the things that we saw there, I'm not surprised. Go ahead, Yummer. I'm listening. Harrow got away, just like he said he would. She frowns. Yes, and he's already putting distance between himself and the Schoenbach forest. How do you want to go about tracking him? Finding Harrow is going to be a full-time job. I can't track him down while we still have a great dragon hanging over our heads. After we've dealt with Volclair and the Firewing, I'll devote myself wholeheartedly to finding that bastard and finishing this. But for now, we need to keep our eyes on the road ahead. What did you wind up doing with the cultists that we rescued? Did you send them to Samuel? No. He has enough to worry about keeping the people of the Cruise Bazaar safe. Those kids that we rescued, they've been damaged by Harrow's philosophies. They can get better, but it's going to take time. Trying to integrate them into our society too quickly would be dangerous. So where did they go? I took them to the talismonger, Algernon. He said that he knew a place where they could get help. It won't be easy for them or quick, but they'll get better in time. Okay. We didn't see Marta again after she ran off. Do you think she's okay? Her expression clouds. I don't know. I don't even know if I want her to be. She was the first person I ever really loved, but that doesn't make up for all the pain that she's caused. Harrow did a hell of a job on her. If she is alive, she probably still thinks that she was saving the kids that she lured to Feuerstalla. I feel sick just thinking about it. She looks away. Let's talk about something else, Yummer. I'd rather not dwell on this if we don't have to. Okay, that answers all my questions. Thanks for taking time to talk. Anytime, Yummer, and thanks again. I mean that. Okay, let's see. Okay, we've completed her storyline. Okay, we got a job to prepare for, Yummer. I don't have any more time to talk. Hit me up after the run if you like, but for now, I need some space. Wait a minute. We need to talk to Dietrich. Where'd he go? He's right here. What you need, boss? Any thoughts about that last run you'd like to share? Not right now, boss. Okay, a lot of my... Did we finish his already? I think we did. Okay. We're going to do Iger's mission now. So let's head back out to the U-Bahn. I love the snow. Okay, I just... Real quick. Did we use... Oh, yeah, we didn't use any of our stuff, so... Cool. Alright. Just... Oh, they're being real stingy with the old karma here. Let's see. Okay, so I've got Overwatch finally. So now we can focus on... Yeah, I want... Oh. Okay, we have... Okay, so we have the S-Class. So we just need to bump up our intelligence and then our drone control. And then... Once we get that one, because we've artificially bumped up our drone combat right now. So 24 karma is what we need. Wait, which one? Oh, it's two different places. So, all right, let's go down to the U-Bahn platform. Okay. You know what? I'm not going to get 8. You know what? We're going to go to get Gennari's mission shipments. Wait. I thought we were supposed to go by ourselves. Well, hell, Oh, we can only take one person. Man. You know what? I'm going to take Blitz. Because he has a drone. And he has hacking. So yeah, we're going to take Blitz. Not the most physically strong team, but... Oh, we're going to have to... Alright, we'll take that. Yeah, I thought we were just... I thought this was a solo, just us. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Hard times. It's a short train ride to... Okay. It's a short train ride to Gesundbrunnen. You exit the subway car, stepping onto the old grungy platform. The place is deserted, though signs of life are everywhere. A gaping hole in the ceiling filters cool, hazy light from above. To your right, a small plot of crops struggles to endure in the cold and the limited light of the station. Trash and junk litters the platform. It's clear this place hasn't had anything resembling a janitorial staff in quite some time. Somewhere in this old, rundown U-Bahn station lies the entrance to Gesundbrunnen Kais, and hopefully some leads on the whereabouts of the Rabengeitzer and Gunnari's missing shipment. All right. Okay, so I'm solid with that. You need... I'm going to give you that one. All right. Here we go. I don't have enough karma to use. All right, here we go. Got a gate here. The old fluorescent grow lights are barely keeping the plants alive. Almost no light from the surface makes it this far underground. Okay. What do we got over here? The stairwell down looks to have been completely collapsed. Okay. Is this... Oh, here we go. Hello. That's far enough, friend. An older man raises his hand, squinting as you approach. To his left, a young orc shifts his weight, resting one hand casually on a pistol at his hip. Both are dressed in what might be considered uniforms, but it's hard to tell for sure. We don't get many visitors down here these days, and you'll forgive me for saying, but, well, you don't really look like the type that usually comes through here. He looks fed, for one thing. The older man snorts. Indeed. So what brings you to Gesundbrunnen, stranger? Ooh, we have charisma. We're going to lie. I'm visiting from the Rhine-Ruhr megaplex, and my friend Hans said the market here is second to none. I had to come see for myself. The older man smiles sadly. Well, maybe a few years ago that was true. These days, well, it's hard times all around, I suppose. But you're welcome to go on in, of course. Customers are always welcome. Oh, and talk to Corin if you want to hear some good stories about the market, back in its prime. He's always happy to share a tale or two. The older man steps aside. Watch your step on the ladder here, there. Some of the steps get slippery when it's cold. Say, have you heard anything about a gang hiding out around here? A group calling themselves the Rabengeitzer? A gang, eh? The man looks over at his partner, then back at you warily. After a moment, he steps slowly back in front of the entrance. Fuck. No, we keep security pretty tight around here. If a gang like that was running stuff through here, we'd know about it. Now look, we don't want any trouble around here. On second thought, maybe you should just move along and catch the next train back. Okay, we got charisma still. Come to think of it, the market's closing pretty soon anyway. The last thing I want is to cause any trouble. You look like you have to deal with more than enough of that. Do you mind if I just take a quick look around? The guards exchange glances again. After a moment, the old man steps aside. Well, all right. I suppose there's no harm in that. Just watch yourself, okay? If you cause a scene looking for this gang of yours, there's more to our little militia here than you want to mess with. All right. Good talk. Good talk. Okay. And we got through that, so we will save. Okay, Corin. The man before you is of average build in nondescript dress. He's leaning against an old wooden cabinet, reading a book. As you approach, he looks up and casts a warm smile in your direction. Guten Tag. The name's Corin, friend. Can't say I've seen you around these parts before. Just passing through, or... Jeez. I'm looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called the Robin Geister? I'm not a cop. Certainly. They've been spinning quite a tale in these parts of late. Hard to know anything for sure, though. One rumor says they hijacked freight out of Frankfurter Tor. Then, the next day, you hear about a sighting down in Alexanderplatz. Hell, just yesterday I heard someone claim they saw a member of the Rabengeister speed by in the U-Bahn tunnel, clinging to the side of a train car. Ha! He leans closer. Between you and me, that's probably a gang called Surf Top. Strange ones, those. Or Surf Turf. I heard they implant suction cups to their hands and feet. I guess they really like hitching rides on the U-Bahn trains. He shakes his head with amusement. That's the Flux State for you, though, full of the strange and unexpected. Again, not a cop! Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? His face falls. Wish that I had, friend. It's too bad. This place used to be soaring with commerce, but now hardly anything passes through here, I'm afraid. Folks around here are lucky enough to have a full meal at the end of the day. Sorry to hear that. I hope things turn around for the better soon. Yeah, me too. Thanks for the friendly words, though. Most folk that come through here are either looking to bum a quick handout or steal what they can before disappearing down the line. Oh, can I do anything to help? No, I don't think so, friend, but I thank you for the gesture. The man squints at you. He looks thoughtful. Say, have you ever heard of the story of Schinderhannes? I'm not sure. Schinderhannes was an outlaw centuries ago, back in the Napoleonic days. See, Schinderhannes was a thief, a greedy one, if you believe the stories, and his gang raided up and down the Rhine, stealing for themselves. But then something happened. The people of the Rhineland, they were inspired by Schinderhannes. In time, they hailed him as a hero. He was stealing from the French, you see. He chuckles, then continues. I think something happened then, something surprising even to Schinderhannes. I think because of this, perhaps he became the hero people wanted him to be. Maybe he did start stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. I don't know. The history books are confusing, to say the least. At any rate, the point is this, friend. I think that maybe, if enough people believe something can be true, it can change the truth of that thing. Perhaps if enough people here in Gesundenbrunnen have a hope to believe in, then our fate will change as well. Until then, well, we continue on. Oh, intelligence. Don't you mean Robin Hood? Ha, no. You would think, but that's an altogether different tale, I assure you. Much more romanticized. Now, is there anything else I can help you with? What can you tell me about this place? Gesundbrunnen? Well, it's my home for one, and we've got a small bar set up over there. But of course, you'll want to know about the market. His eyes light up. It used to be something to behold, my friend. One of the greatest markets in the city. You could find nearly anything in these stalls, for the right price. It's a real shame, but little by little things slowed down. Folks stopped taking this subway line so much. But I guess that's the way of the flux. Okay, I'll be going now. Alright. Bit of dialogue there. Our drones are hanging out together. Alright, is there... What's this? The drawers look to be handmade out of rusty sheet metal. Nothing of value catches your eye within. Oh, okay, I wasn't actually... Alright. This is the bar, I guess? Who do we have here? Goldfish. The woman starts a little at your approach, but she recovers quickly and beams brightly at you. The fox face on her headdress seems to grin as well. Her classically nasal American accent is obvious. Hey! Hey, do I sound nasally? Because I think I sound nasally, but you know how, like, when you hear your voice recorded, it sounds different. But for me, my internal voice, or like my perception of my voice, I think I sound nasally. But I also think like when I hear my recordings, I think I sound nasally too. But I've had people say I'm not nasally, but I think I am. I mean, if you think I have a nasally American voice, please let me know. Hey kiddo, share a drink with me? Kiddo, okay. Sure, if you're buying. Awesome. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of options here. They've got beer, a homebrewed gin, and schnapps. Pick your poison. I've been drinking gin and tonics. The tonic cuts out some of the gas flavor. I think they've been distilling in old propane tanks. Yuck. I'll have one of those too then. Sure thing, guy. He fills a tumbler full of cheap gin and dry ice, splashes a bit of tonic in it, and slides it across the bar. It has a slight gasoline smell to it. So what's a girl like you doing in a place like this? I'm just traveling through. Heard there was a market, but, well, just look at this place. She waves her arm around in a wide circle, taking everything in from the sadly shimmying woman to the near-empty corridors outside. So, I'm just having a drink with this fine gentleman here and then moving on. Where are you from? California Free States. Doing the whole Europe tour thing, you know? Besides getting me out of that hellhole, it's been a real learning experience. Had some good fun. Made some good friends. She clatters the ice around in a drink. You can smell the cheap gin from where you stand. But it's a hellhole everywhere these days. Can't drink enough to forget some things I've seen. I'm all for communism and anarchy and free love, but sometimes the F-state goes a little too far. How do you mean? It's just the things like the turf wars and the racists and junk. You know, like those humanist assholes? Unpleasant. Put that shit aside, I like the idea of a state without the man. Listen, my name's Goldfish. What's yours? Oh, I don't have time for this. I have bigger fish to fry. Their name's Goldfish. No, I'm not, even though I love it. It's genius. Where'd you get a name like Goldfish? Oh, you know the saying, memory like a goldfish? Because I'm blonde, people think I'm just like that. Plus, they call my twin Guppy, so Goldfish made sense for me. Okay, sorry. I've got Sly taking up my space. So what were you hoping to find down here, Robin Hood? She laughs heartily. The Rabengeitster, actually. Raven Ghosts? Might be anything in Gesundbrunnen. Seems like everyone and everything down here is a ghost. Ghosts of the past, ghost trains, ghostly thin folks, pale for lack of sunlight. I need sunlight too. I like to joke I photosynthesize, but it just gives me so much energy. Energy these people don't have anymore. Her expression grows stern for a moment as she stares into her empty gin and tonic. Maybe I've been down here long enough. Maybe I'm a ghost too. Alright, that's it, Fräulein. You're officially cut off. Your total is 36 million, said the bartender. Can I at least buy something for my friend here? He's been talking with me a bit and hasn't had anything. No, you're cut off. I don't want you even sipping out of it. Dude, chill. Forget I asked. She turns to you with a shrug. Sorry I couldn't give you anything else, but thanks for being a pal. Oh, okay. Wait, was that it? Goldsmith is warm and welcoming despite her nasal American accent. Hey, good friend. I'd buy you a drink, but you heard the man. I've been cut off. All right, I guess that's it. All right, let's... Here, we're gonna save here. And what's that? Garbage. Smells like something died in here. Upon closer inspection, it's just moldy soy cakes. Okay, we can go up there. But I don't want to do that yet. Oh. We have people. Oh, this is the market. Odd merchant. Hello there, newcomer. I have many exciting and rare weapons for you to peruse. Instruments of death of the sort you'll not find anywhere else in Berlin. Care to look around? Despite the shopkeeper's claims, her inventory looks decidedly poor. Most of these weapons appear rusty and ill repair. A particularly cobbled together pistol stands out from the bunch. Sure, let's see what you have. Okay. Oh, this is slapdash pistol. Why is it so much? It's almost... Man, I kind of want the pistol. I don't know why. This is weird. It's made up of mixed parts from Ares, Cavalier, and Ruger pistols. Yeah, I'm taking it. Let's see, what do you got? Oh, grenades. Oh, wait, I could sell... Yeah, I'm going to sell that. Don't need that. Okay. And I'm going to take that. Should I equip it? Yeah, well, okay. See anything you like? What's up with the shoddy looking pistol that I just bought? Exquisite, is it not? The work of a master craftsman who used to live here. Forged some of the finest slug throwers you'll find this side of the Atlantic. And at that price, a steal. It looks like some of those parts are hot glued together. As I said, the work of a master craftsman. A weapon made by any other would simply break after being fired. I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's much here that would interest me. Well, it's been lean pickings lately around these parts. And on top of that, there's the militia. They need most of the best pieces to keep us safe. Still, I've got some reliable weapons for home defense. Can I take another look? Alright. So yeah, oh. Okay. I'll be going now, thanks. Okay. I bought a funky-ass pistol for almost 2K. Geschäft. Hi there, stranger. I got a sale on today. You interested in some rations, salvage, some home remedies? Let's see here. Just looking for information. Ever heard of a gang called the Ravensgeider? Troll's eyes flicker back and forth. No, I can't say that I have. Lies. Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? The troll's eyes flicker back and forth. Oh, I don't have biotech. I don't know anything about weapons. I just sell scraps of salvage and home remedies. Uh-huh. Well, thanks for your time. Wait. I want to see what he has. Let me see what you got for sale. Oh, hello. Welcome back, sir. What can I do for you? What do you got for sale? Basic med kit. And that, wow, he really doesn't have a lot. Okay. See you around. But I notice... What's this back here? This crate appears to have been pried hastily open. There's a partially torn shipping label on its side. Most of the ink has worn off, but the word Cruise Bazaar is still clearly visible. Really, buddy? There's a crate behind your shop that looks like it was marked for delivery to the Cruise Bazaar. You wouldn't happen to know about that, would you? The troll looks around nervously. No? I don't know anything about crates. Looking for some backup? It's just us here, friend. Okay, look. Yeah, the Ravensgeider came by yesterday. They asked me to move the rest of these medical supplies. Then they disappeared. I don't know where they went. I mean, hey, I gotta make a living, right? Look around here. Oh, I don't have gang etiquette. They leave me this kind of score. I'm grateful. Already sold most of it in less than a day. Plenty of folks around here need in need of real medical supplies. All right, I've told you what I know, so we're cool, right? I don't know anything else. I'm not going to shake him down. Relax, I believe you. Times are tough. I'm sure these people needed that stuff. You're not going to hurt me? Thank you, stranger. Not everyone's so understanding around here. Look, if you're looking for the Rabbin's Guider, try the old information kiosk on the other side of the market. I've seen some people coming and going through there. Oh, okay. See, if you're nice, that's what. Let's see. Can't talk to them. Who's this guy? Militia captain. The militia captain stands at alert, her eyes tracking slowly across the market before coming to rest on you. Guten Tag. I'm looking for a gang called the Rabbin's Guider. Ever heard of them? No, she frowned slightly. And I wouldn't suggest asking questions about such things around here. What the fuck? Okay, same thing. Guten Tag. You look like you keep a close eye on this case. Have you seen a shipment of weapons pass through here recently? No, I wouldn't have noticed that. Wow, you're useless, lady. You're not helpful. What do we have here? These crates don't seem to be part of the shipment that was en route to the cruise bazaar. Got scuff marks. You notice a set of scuff marks on the ground, as if something heavy was dragged across here. The marks vanish into the wall. I'm going to inspect the wall a little more closely. You find a small seam in the wall that suggests there might be a passageway hidden in the wall here, but you can spot no clear mechanism for opening it. Maybe we should ask around. This looks like the place, but I'm sure someone might spill the beans. Oh. Alright. Neither of us are strong enough. Use the terminal. This appears to be an old U-Bahn informational terminal. Judging by the system's design and current condition, it is quite old. As you approach, the machine makes a series of sputtering sounds as the dust-covered screen flickers dimly to light. Time since last update. Wait, what? Seconds? Hold on, we got seconds, minutes, hours, days, years? 52 years, 7 days, 11 hours, 5 minutes, 22 seconds. Error. Primary database not found. Restarting in offline mode. Restarting. The screen goes dark as the machine begins to emit a bizarre variety of clicking and chirping sounds. After an interminable amount of time, the screen finally shutters back to life. Welcome to Gesundbrunnen Station. Please select from the option below. Data corrupted. Data corrupted. Station history. Route information. Data corrupted. Enter custom query. Press 3. You have selected station history. Gesundbrunnen Station opened on April 18th, 1930. Whoa. Okay. As the final stop along the U-Bahn's U8 line, it was designed by prominent U-Bahn architect Alfred Grenander. Sorry. Construction on the U8 line began in 1914 under, Allgemeine Gesellschaft, but labor shortages and the First World War put a project on hold for over a decade. The eventual completion and opening of this home line between Neukölln and Gesundbrunnen in 1930 represented a major step forward in connecting Berlin's working-class districts to the city center. During World War II, many unfinished tunnels and stations along the U8 line were converted into air raid shelters, including parts of Gesundbrunnen Station. In the decades following the war, the station also served as emergency fallout shelter in the event of a nuclear attack. During the Cold War, the U8 line continued to run between Neukölln and Gesundbrunnen, taking it under the wall and through parts of East Berlin. The train would skip all East Berlin stations until it emerged on the far side near Gesundbrunnen. Today, the U8 line continues to operate, carrying thousands of passengers through Gesundbrunnen station on a daily basis. In addition, The former bunker at this location has been transformed into a popular museum exhibit showcasing the history and development of Berlin's underworld. Please inquire at the information kiosk for current museum rates and hours of admittance. Okay, the 4 key. You start to press the 4 key, only to realize that the key is missing from the keypad. A thick layer of grime and dust rests in its place. Okay. Custom query. Maybe museum. Nope. Okay. I don't know what to put in there. So we're going to leave the terminal alone. What do we have over here? The air is in extreme disrepair. Water is flooding out of the walls and stagnating in pools on the tile floor. You can smell the mildew from here. Okay. Darn it. Is there anybody? Nothing else. Okay, let's try going up these stairs. Or the ladder over here. What's up here? Surface access has been welded shut. Probably an attempt to keep security tight. Oh, wait. It's a password. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's see here. Let's try. Let's do 6 and... Oh man, I need to write down how to spell this because my memory sucks. Just a sec. So we've got... Rabin, G-E-I-S-T-E-R. We'll start with that. And then G-E-S-U-N-D. Brew. And then... Let's see. Okay. Let's try those. So, Rabbensgaiter. Let's see. R-A-B-E-N. Rabbengeister. There's no S in there. Geister. G-E-I-S-T-E-R. Shit. Oh man, I might have to come back here and bring Glory because she's got G-E-S-U-N-D-B-R-U-N-N-E-N. Damn it. Okay. Hold on, I gotta go talk to this guy again. He's the one that told us to check the terminal. Let me see what we got for sale. Damn it, I don't... See you around. And she's not being helpful at all. Oh. Say, what's up with those scuff marks on the ground over there by the information kiosk? I wouldn't know. I'm not in charge of the cleaning around here, she sighs. Hell, nobody is these days. The way things have been going, hopefully our luck will turn sooner or later. It'd be nice to take some pride in this place again. Changing the subject, are we? I know you're hiding something back there. She stiffens, then suddenly her rifle is leveled at your chest. Oh, shit. Oh, whoa. Fine, I don't know who you are or what you're doing snooping around down here. But you better come with me now. Our leader's going to want to speak with you. Her free hand reaches down to produce a thick leather blindfold. Who's the leader? Come on. Of the Robengeister. It's clear you know that much by now. And what makes you think I'll come along? Her rifle remains steady. Look, I don't want to do this any more than you do, but we're not going to let you keep sniffing around here. If you come with me, I guarantee nobody's going to stab you in the back. I'll bring you safely to see the Robengeister. All right, let's go. That's a smart decision. She reaches out to blindfold you, and the world goes dark. Oh. This is the same man you met in the market, but the friendliness is gone from his face. In its place is a cold, unwavering gaze. Quarren, you should have stuck to the market, stranger. If the Robengeister wishes to be found, we'd open a fucking cafe. Now what do you want of us? Say your piece. Okay, I'm going to say... I'm from the Cruise Bazaar. You stole the shipment of supplies bound for our Kais, and we want it back. He stares at you down for a long moment, then breaks into a chuckle. Guess we were a little careless on that one. I figured with Monica Schaefer gone, the Cruise Bazaar would be an easy score. So that's why you're here. We stole your supplies, now you want them back? That shipment belongs to us, and I'm not leaving without it. Which I completely understand, stranger, believe me. But unfortunately, we need those supplies more than you do. So we'll have to graciously decline your offer to relieve us of your property. I want to say, I can see things are hard around here, Quarren, but I have to look out for my own Kais, and that shipment belongs to us. Not from where I'm standing. Look, there's no need for bloodshed. I'll tell you what. It seems like you know what it's like to look out for Kais like this. It's not easy, right? We provide for these people. A haul like that shipment keeps Gesundbrunnen from going hungry just a little while longer. It's our home. These are our people. I suspect you feel the same about the Cruise Bazaar. So I'm preparing to let you leave, just like that, knowing our little secret here and everything. In return, all you need to do is walk away. Just walk away and forget this ever happened. Let's see here. Quarren smiles. What do you think, stranger? We've got charisma. I think in the flux, folks like us need to stick together. Why stay strangers? Maybe we can come to an arrangement that can benefit both of our Kais. Quarren raises an eyebrow. I'm listening. Oh, I have enough decking for this. In the Cruise Bazaar, my friend Altug has a series of data taps established to monitor nearby communications. You return our shipment, and we let you listen in on those taps. I see. That's an interesting offer, friend. That would certainly let us scope out some more lucrative heists around here, assuming the taps are reliable. They are. I checked them just the other day. He pauses for a long moment, then cracks a smile. Very well. I suppose that's worth the price of a crate of guns. Your medical supplies are already mostly gone, I'm afraid, but the weapon shipment is still being held in a locker at Frankfurter Tor. I'll have it sent back to the Cruise Bazaar immediately. And you'll let us in on those data taps? Take the tunnel to the Cruise Bazaar and talk to Altug. He runs a small cafe not far from the U-Bahn station. Tell him I sent you and he'll set you up. Well. Quarren looks thoughtful. Maybe things are looking up around here. I suppose friends and enemies both can be found in strange ways here in the flux. Sorry, hiccups. Glad we could have this talk, Quarren. I'll be going now. You can see yourself out, he grins. Take care, stranger. But wait, we were blindfolded to get here. Hey, we were able to deal with the gang without killing anyone. Proud of that. Alright, let's go. Wait, what was this? What was this? There's something to look at here. What's this? They're all empty. Alright. Alright. Cool. Oh, we could have just broken in. Alright. I got a janky gun, but I'm sure it'll be worth something at some point. Alright. And there we go. Easy peasy. Look at us. Just cracking through here. Yep. All right. The Cruise Bazaar. You emerge from the U-Bahn station out onto the familiar streets of the Cruise Bazaar. The energy here is a stark contrast to the weary, slowly drowning mood of the Gesundbrunnen. The Kreuzberg is an island of hope, afloat still amidst the dangerous currents of the flux state, but it wouldn't take much for it to capsize. It's time to find Gennari and tell him the news. And he was supposed to also give us a gun. Oh, karma. Ching. 4. So we have 6 karma now. And I need 8. Yep, need 8. Alright. Okay. Oops. There we go. Let's head over here. There he is. Welcome back. You need some weapons? Some ammunition, perhaps? I took care of that business with the Rabengeitzer. They won't be hijacking our shipments anymore. A faint smile plays across the normally taciturn merchant's face. Yes, this much I know already. The missing shipment arrived just before you did, though I barely caught a glimpse of those who delivered it. How were you able to manage that? I made an arrangement with their leader, and they agreed to return the weapons. And you've accomplished this all through diplomacy? Interesting. It is, well, it's not what I would have done, but perhaps it's for the best. Oh, we got money for it. Here's your payment as promised, and should you need a new weapon, thanks to you, I have some new merchandise available. Would you like to take a look? Yes. What do you got? Let's see. Grenades, outfits, on weapons. Okay. Let's see. Any... Those pistols, those are SMGs. Shotgun. And these are rifles. Let's see. Wait. These are all rifles, aren't they? Okay, so I've got a very low-end one. Oh, grenade launcher. Haha, I've already got one. Alright. So let's see here. What do I have? Which one? Okay, I've got this one. So let's see here. I can get a sniper rifle. 13. Wait, Smart Link. Well, that's a same one, but it's Smart Link. Ooh. Pierces up to 2 armor. Actually. Yeah, Yeah, we're going to take that. 13 damage. Hold on. Actually, kind of want the sniper rifle there. It does, yeah, it does more damage. You know what? Yep, I'm going to do that. And we're going to unequip that one. And we're going to equip that one. So I have a grenade launcher for relatively up close and a sniper rifle. There we go. Okay. So now Take the U-Bahn to Schottenest. Oh, this is Iger's mission. So we're gonna do that. We'll do that now. There we go. All right. Call Iger and travel to Schottenest to locate the engineer. Oh, whoops. Yeah, stay here for now. I forgot. I've got the cyberware deactivator. I gotta go grab that. Crap. Okay, hold on. We got this. Okay, so here, let's go that, and we need to grab that. There we go. While we're here, I'm going to check, see if we have any messages. I don't think we do. Nope, no, a new message. And BBS, anything there? Nope. Okay. Go ahead. All right. And walk away. All right, there we go. Okay, here we go. All right, there we go. The engineer, Schottenest. The Kai's next door to the cruise bazaar, and an object lesson in anarchy gone wrong. Violent gangs rule the streets here, trading territory to the roar of gunfire. The streets are a war zone. As dangerous as Schottenest already is, it could be worse. The gangs are vicious but disorganized. They pose little risk to their neighbors. With little more than a makeshift barricade and a few volunteers, the cruise bazaar has successfully insulated itself from the chaos of its neighboring Kais. The engineer can change all of that. He has to be stopped, and the F-state as a whole needs to be alerted to what his clients are trying to do. It's up to you and Iger to make sure that happens. All right, here we go. All right, I'm good here. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll have to go with that. And then she needs a trauma kit. And, I can give her the shitty pistol, but no. All right. There we go. I don't have enough karma. Leave me alone. All right. As you near the edge of the cruise bazaar, the familiar piss and asphalt stench of Schottenest crawls into your nostrils and sticks to the back of your throat. The dilapidated husk of burnt-out buildings loom above you, giving the place an air of menace. I was hoping I'd put this place behind me after the Humanist run. Yeah, I'm with you there. She wrinkles her nose. The funny thing is, a syndicate presence might actually help Schottenest, in the short term at least. They'd clean up the streets, if nothing else. Don't tell me you're changing your mind. Not for a second. A syndicate, any syndicate, in Schottenest would be a disaster for the cruise bazaar. Let the people on the other side of the gate deal with their own problems. I won't allow my home to be endangered for their sake. Okay. So we got the guys up there. We've been here before. Hey, bud. You again? Well, you ignored my warning last time, and you ain't dead, so I guess you can handle yourself. He sighs. Let him through, Sergey. Thanks, man. Okay. So, just gonna... Oh, what's this? Cardboard box. The cardboard box is filled with makeshift bedding. A homeless person must be using it to keep warm at night. Search the box. You find a basic, uncertified cred stick beneath the pillow. Why would it? I'm going to take it. 64 bucks. I didn't need to do that. And I probably just ruined some poor person's life. Wait, is this... Wow, there are holes, gaping holes in the ground. What's here? We'll send it to the stash. And we'll sell it later. Rambox gang up ahead. Maybe there's a way around. So this must be the gang over here. Oh. What do we have this way? Interesting. Oh, this is a place. Oh, dang it. The warehouse door is windowless slab of reinforced densoplast. A keypad entry system sits on one side. We don't have decking. Got any ideas, Agar? Looks secure. She examines the heavy door, scowling. I might be able to blast it open with a controlled explosive, but that'd spook anyone inside. Probably best if we could just find the code. Maybe these guys? Hey guys, what's up? Oh. The engine's still warm. Colors on the tail clearly mark it as Rambach property. Okay. Whoa. Who's this? We got somebody over here. Lady. Hey, lady. I got pots and pans. Any pots and pans? No, but some info would be nice. You see any new friends of the Rambach show up lately? Yeah, sure I have. What's it to ya? The woman eyes you up and down, clearly waiting for you to make an offer. Oh, we'll do street. I'll make things very bad for the Rambach once I know where their friend is staying. She leans in for a whisper. They're just down the street, in the warehouse with the grass in front. New guy showed up a few days ago. Seems like a bigwig. They've been moving product through there ever since. What kind of product? That'd cost you extra, sweetie. Is it important? Sure, I'll hand over 25 bucks. Drugs, guns, the usual. Seems like more drugs than guns lately, so maybe things will pick up around here. I've seen it. It's locked up tight. Sure, I could help you out there for a price. I'll be doing you a favor once I get that code, you know. Not this time. Pay up or no deal. Shit. Ah, fuck. 500, no less. I gotta make a living, you know. Alright. The code is 292 something. I don't know the last number. That'll get you most of the way, though. Enjoy. You don't even know the whole thing? I'm not going near that place. Good luck. Alright. Well, we'll just brute force it then. So she said 292. So. Alright. So, 2920. 2921. 2922. 2923. 2924. There we go. And in we go. I really don't like my character's sideways hat. Oh, shit. Okay, it's on. All right. Here we go. In there. That's our man. Okay. So I need to hit him with the deactivator thing. All right. Did they automatically lose control? No. I think they did. Here, let's try. Damn it. Oh shit, is he running? Ow. Shit. Come on. Okay, good. He's on fire. Okay. Can we go? No. Oh, we can't go over there. Okay. Oh. I didn't see him back there. Shit. I'm coming. I'm getting there. What? Damn it. What the heck? There we go. They have a lot of armor. Shoot. Oh, she's gonna shoot me. Oh. Alright, well, here, have a grenade. $51 or... Shoot. Damn it. There we go. Is this Rambach? No, he's an enforcer. We're gonna reload. One more, come on! Yes! So locked door there. Oh, it's a transition. Oh, he's running. Okay, do not let the engineer escape. Okay, hold on. Wait. Extremely close range. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. Oh, fuck. Damn! Okay. Where is... Wait. Dude, he just hit his own guy. Damn it. Okay. Oh, man. What? Oh. The heck? He's clear back there. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, shit. That hurt. I need to do both of those. Oh, he didn't go down? Oh, man, that guy's got one freaking hit point. There we go. Help me drag this guy back into the warehouse. We're going to find out what he knows. Okay. The engineer lies splayed out on the ground, his body trembling violently. Iger shoves a bottle up his nose and squeezes. The engineer shudders violently, and then the trembling begins to subside. She glances at you. An aerosol BZD to help treat the seizures. Bannock was kind enough to include it in his goodie bag. It won't last long, but it should give Yuli here enough muscular control to answer a few questions. The engineer's voice comes out in a trembling stutter. Fuck you, troll, said the orc. Iger raises an eyebrow. See? He's talking already. The engineer's eyes burn with hate. Beads of sweat dot his brow as he struggles to control the tremors that rack his body. He takes a deep breath, holds it, and releases it slowly. The trembling begins to subside. I'm sorry we had to use that thing on you. Must be terrible having the shakes like that. It is, he grinds his teeth. Is that what you want to hear? Slowly, Orc's eyes shift from Iger to you. I know the troll bitch, but we have history, but you are a stranger to me. Are you sure that you got the stomach for this stranger? Not many do. I'm going to say, I'll manage, but if you give us what we want, this will go a whole lot easier on you. I've got nothing for you, Shadowrunner. His voice sounds stronger now. The stutter that marred his speech has almost completely faded away. The sooner you learn that, the better off we'll all be. Oh, Yuli. She slaps him across the face, splitting his lip down the middle. The impact sounds like a gunshot. You're in no position to make demands. Iger leans in toward the engineer. He recoils, grinding the back of his head against the grease-stained Duraplast tiles. You're helpless. A fucking cripple. Her voice comes out in a snarl. But if you answer our questions, things will go easier for you. So tell us, whose payroll are you on? She grabs a fistful of the orc's hair and lifts his head. Her face is inches from his. Tell us who sent you to Shottenest. There's a long pause. Eventually, the engineer looks away. All right, you want to know so badly? I'll tell you. Tannenmouse sent me here. They want to use Shottenest as a base of operations in Berlin. My point of contact is a ghoul named Beetle. He leans forward and locks eyes with Iger. There, you got your intel. Now set me free or kill me. Yuli. Iger leans back, shaking your head. You won't roll over on an employer this easily. Your rep tells me that much. He raised an eyebrow in a look of astonishment. No? No, Iger's right. You're jerking us around. You wanted a name? I give you a name. Want more? I can give you those too. I can name you 100 clients who'd love a piece of Shottenest. How do you intend to determine who really sent me? I've got a couple ideas. The engineer smirks. You can try beating the truth out of me. You can try cutting on me. Get creative with the pliers if you like. Every time you hurt me, I'll give you a different name. Torture me or don't, it'll all end the same way. I'll be dead, you'll know nothing for certain, and my clients will move ahead on schedule. Help us out then. If you're already dead, why care about being a snitch? He snorts. I won't give your she-troll the satisfaction. She wants it, that's why she won't get it. Iger's hands bunch into fists. She's still smiling, but you can feel the heat of hatred behind her eyes. If you don't start telling me what I want to hear in the next 30 seconds, this is going to get messy. I know that look, Yuli. I'd start talking if I were... The engineer cuts you off. A perverse smile has spread across his face. You know Iger? He takes his time pronouncing the name, savors it. I'd like to tell you a story. We share so much history, you and I. Iger says nothing, but her eyes narrow. The engineer continues his grin broadening. This is a funny story. It's a story about your time in the KSK, a story about futility. I can tell you all about the many lives you've touched, and how the syndicate touched them again afterward. Would you like that? There's a long pause. Eventually, Iger turns to face you. Yummer, do me a favor. Sweep the building for intel. Anything we might have missed on the way in. Okay, yep, I'm on it. Take good care of our friend here. She shoots you a disgusted glance at your captive. Yeah, don't worry, I will. Okay. So we've got... Wait, was there anything? I saw stuff out here. Chemical storage barrels. A light jostle shows you that they're completely empty. Got some drones? It looks melted. The cargo container is empty. So we've got some courier drones, chemical stuff. What's in here? A dead body. The broken body of a human man lies on the floor. His face is a mess of fresh cuts and congealing blood, and his head is oddly deformed. Despite his wounds, his mouth is twisted in a macabre smile. Inspect the body. Judging by the shape of the ganger's head, you'd guess that his skull has been fractured in at least 3 places. The center of his forehead is particularly gruesome. It looks soft, as though the skin were stretched like a tent between shards of broken bone. Looking up, you can see a great smear of gore on the door of the room that you found him in. The implications are clear. This man bashed his own head in trying to get out, and he did it with a smile on his face. Ah, damn it. His hands are badly broken too. You've seen these sorts of injuries after bare-knuckle fistfights, but never anything as severe. This man punched something hard and went on punching until his hands were reduced to useless slabs of meat. What the hell? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go back out here. See if there's anything. Oh, yep, there's a forklift. Oh, here we go. A ledger. There's a small ledger lying on this crate. The cover is cheap leatherette, and the paper is tissue-thin newsprint. Leaf through the pages. The pages are filled to overflowing with handwritten text. You don't recognize the language, but judging by the accent marks, you'd guess it's a Scandinavian tongue. While you can't read it, the arrangement of the text tells you that the ledger is primarily being used as an address book. Okay, we're going to pocket that and move on. Is there any... Okay, check the forklift. The forklift tires are flat. It looks like it hasn't been used in years. Man, I wish we had biotech to figure out that body. Okay. I think that looks like everything. Nothing in there. There's nothing else in here. So... As you approach, you can see that the engineer's chest is sheeted with blood. Most of it seems to be streaming from his nose, which has been crushed to a wad of bloody meat. Iger turns to face you. Her bunched fists are dripping red. Find anything? She speaks to you through clenched teeth. Her voice sounds strained and her cheeks are flushed. Having fun? I'm not doing this for fun. I'm doing it because he deserves it. If you knew half of what this bastard has done, if you'd heard the things that he just told me, you'd do the same. Fair enough. Just don't get carried away. We need him. She pauses and then turns away. Just tell me what you found. Okay. Yes, please. The engineer's voice is thick and wet. He smiles through a set of gore-streaked teeth. Enlighten us. Found this ledger. I don't recognize the language, but it looks Scandinavian. Iger leafs through the journal, quickly flipping the Soykov-stained pages. Norwegian, maybe. I'm thinking that this is written in Bokmal. She frowns. I can't read it, but it looks like a shipping manifest. Yeah, something like that. There are a lot of addresses in there. She ruffles through the pages, flipping the cheap paper with her thumbnail. Looks like addresses, all the way through. Some are annotated, but I can't see any names. 2/3 of the way through the book, she stops short. Find something interesting? Wordlessly, she turns the journal around. At the top of the page, written in a different hand, is a single word. It's written in English, but you can understand it all the same. Wednesday. She nods. Yeah, not particularly helpful without a full date, but I guess it's something. Of course, Wednesday might not refer to a day of the week at all. Could be code for something. Taken out of context like this, it's impossible to say. So what do you make of this? This should be good. Iger ignores him. Her gaze remains fixed on the book. It might be nothing, or it could mean that he's back in bed with the Lubchowski Syndicate. The engineer holds his silence. Is that it, Yuli? Are you taking orders from your old bosses again? He pauses a moment before croaking out an answer. Maybe. Who's to say? What's happening on Wednesday, Yuli? His mouth twists into a bloody grin. This Wednesday? I'll be putting your mother to work on the street corner. When she's all worn out, I'll give your father a shot at the job. You can do better than that. Go die in a ditch. All right. Did you find anything else? We need to be sure about this before moving forward. Found a body in the other room. From the looks of him, he tried using his head to beat down a steel reinforced door. Interesting, but not unusual in these parts. There are all kinds of drugs that could make a person act that way. And most of them aren't hard to get in a place like Schottenest. Have you found anything else? I must have missed something. I'll keep searching. Well, shit. What? Okay. It was just him in here. Yep, nothing else there. Hold on. There's nothing else. Oh, wait. Crap, there was two. This generic courier drone has been snapped together out of prefab parts from a dozen different manufacturers. It's a cheap utilitarian thing, remarkable only in that it is so incredibly plain. A half-bright teenager could cobble something like this together in an afternoon. The drone sits on a charging cradle, its turbofan unpowered. A cheerful green light blinks on its front panel to remind you that it's still active. You can see the silhouette of something under the flimsy plastic dome of the drone's cargo compartment. Whatever this thing was here to deliver, it's still carrying it. We'll pop the lid on it. You depress the catch on the container's plastic lid. Rather than swinging open, the lid slides back to reveal a touchpad. Looks as though this thing is password locked. Let's examine the drone more closely. Taking a closer look, you notice something strange. There's a set of electrical contact plates lining the lip of the drone's cargo compartment. It's a fair bet that this thing is outfitted with an anti-tampering system of some kind. Alright, we're going to rig into the drone. Patching into the drone's OS via your remote control rig is simple enough, but you run into a hitch. Whoever set this thing up seems to have installed a number of anti-theft safeguards to prevent unauthorized access. You could attempt to slip past them, but there's no telling what will happen if you trip one. We're going to attempt to push away past safeguards. Whoever put this thing together was good. Surprisingly good, but not as good as you. You slip past the drone's safeguards, and within seconds, its functions are yours. We're going to open the lid. The plastic lid of the cargo container pops open with a click. Inside, you find what appears to be a homemade SimSense chip. It sits securely in a custom-made plastic bracket. We'll take the chip. You pop the chip out of the bracket and pocket it. A few seconds later, an angry hissing sound comes from somewhere deep within the drone. Step back. Oh, fuck. Cat. As you step away from the drone, the hissing sound grows to a roar. Bright white sparks spit out from the drone's melting chassis and streak across the room. You've seen this kind of reaction before. Thermite. Whoever built the drone must have wired it with a self-destruct device. Within seconds, all that's left of the little drone is a molten wreck in the charging cradle. Foul-smelling smoke pours from the remains. You steal another glance at the chip you recovered and turn away. Okay, let's go talk to them about the chip. Alright, you're back. Find anything else? There are a pair of courier drones in the other room. No markings. They look custom built. One of them had been slagged, but the other had this chip in its storage compartment. When you produce the chip, the engineer's eyes widen slightly. He turns his head and coughs rack his body. Interesting. This means something to you, Yuli? Iger takes the chip from you and holds it up to the light. No identifying markings. I've seen enough BTL in my time to know one when I see it, but this is different. It's been modified somehow. Go ahead and slide it, bitch. It'll take you to on the ride of your life. Iger raises an eyebrow. Smack him for you, will you? I'm busy. Alright, smack. Your fist connects with the ruined meat of the engineer's nose. He coughs, chokes on his own blood, then spits a wad of it onto your chest. You don't know what you're holding, slag. He spits words out like venom. His eyes are locked on the chip in Iger's hand. Slowly, he licks his lip. You don't deserve to touch that chip. I think you're right, Iger. Our friend here is an addict. The engineer glances at you with a snarl. Fuck you. The thing is, I know our friend's rep, and I'm telling you, he's much too careful to let himself get addicted to Sims. She glances at the engineer. His eyes are locked on the chip. If these things have him hooked so badly, they must be even more addictive than standard BTLs. Oh. This wouldn't be the first time that something like that hit the streets. Talk with enough sim junkies and you'll hear all about it. Interesting. Tell me more. There's a sort of legend out on the streets. The ultimate high. They call it 2XS. 2XS. Huh? Never heard of it. Supposedly, it hit the streets of Seattle a couple years ago. It vanished after a couple of months. There one day, gone the next. Nobody knows why. Scary stuff. I haven't heard rumors of anything like that around here, thank God. I'm not saying this is to access or even anything like it, but there are sims out there that are even stronger than BTLs. It's possible that this is one of them. She turns to face the engineer. You got anything to add to that, Yuli? You have no idea how wrong you are about all of this. He struggles to rise from the floor, but his muscles refuse to cooperate. Finally, he gives up with a scowl. If I could move my arms, I'd take that chip from you and show you what it does. I'm sure that you would. She glances over her shoulder at you. Good find, Yemmer. We've struck a nerve. Any other thoughts? Yeah, actually, I think I might know where the other chip went. Remember that body I found in the other room? Yeah, good thought. Go check it out, but be quick. I don't know how long it'll be before we have company here. I'm on it. Okay. So, taking a look at the body. The ruined body lies crumpled on the floor. Its fractured skull glistens wetly in the light. Search for the chip. Peeling back a patch of matted hair, you find something that a casual viewer would have missed. The man had a chip jack. It's a cheap model, sufficient for loading SimSense chips and BTLs, but little else. It doesn't take much effort for you to pry it open. Inside the chip jack, you find a glob of plastic. It looks as though whatever this guy was running melted down sometime after he slotted it. A chip jack like this couldn't generate enough heat to destroy the SimSense chip. The only logical conclusion is that the chip itself was wired to melt down after use. We'll take the burned out chip and leave. Okay. Let's talk again. Come on. Oh, there we go. The engineer's eyes remain locked on the chip. His face has gone pallid white. His shirt is drenched with sweat. His eyes bulge and his breathing is heavy. Iger glances up from your manic captive and looks you in the eye. Find what you were looking for? Yeah, I pried this chip jack open and found a blob of melted plastic inside. It was still warm. Iger examines the remnants of the chip in your fingers. I've heard of things like this before. Single-use sims designed to self-destruct after they're slotted. Keeps the customers from using the same BTL over and over again. I'd say you found our missing chip. Okay. Yeah, I agree, but the ganger who slotted this wasn't blissed out like a normal sim junkie. It was almost the opposite. He looked wild, like a madman. Madman. The engineer lets out a chuckle. Its hoarse barking sound. You don't know a damn thing. I know we have something you want, something you'd be willing to die for. Oh, later, sweets. Death is nothing. Nothing! If you've seen what I've seen, you would know for yourselves. The chip, it opens your eyes. Slot one, and you become a god. Iger stares at him, her expression flat. The engineer sneers. I, too, was a skeptic when the wolf caught me, and the raven opened my eyes, and now, at last, I can see. Suddenly, he lurches forward. Every muscle in his body goes tight, and the cords stand out on his neck. Give me the chip! It was promised to me! I need it! Tell us who you're working for, and it's all yours. The engineer spits out a mouthful of blood. It hits the tile floor with a sickening splat. He grinds his teeth, then snarls out a single word. Winter night. There's a moment of silence. Finally, Iger speaks. Never heard of him. Of course you haven't, bitch. If you had, you'd already be dead. They don't leave loose ends. His body begins to tremble. It looks like the drugs are wearing off. They have money, she-troll. Money and influence, enough to put the syndicates to shame. Even I cannot say how much, but I do know that what I've seen is just the tip of the spear. All right, let's say you're telling the truth and some sort of secret society is behind this. What do they want with Shatton Nest? They do not tell me these things. All I know is that they want to store things here. Crates, boxes, shipped in from all over. No cargo inspections and no traces back to them. What are they shipping in? Weapons, drugs, more of these BTLs? He eyes her incredulously. You think that I asked them? It's not my place to know. All that I know is that it was promised to me. Give me the chip. His voice comes out in a shivering screech. You promised. He promised you the chip. Iger smiles at the engineer. Slowly, she pulls a knife from her belt. Its serrated edge glints in the light. I, on the other hand, didn't offer you a goddamn thing. She's got you there. Iger leans in to look the engineer in the eye. She grins. Goodbye, Yuli. She plunges her blade into the engineer's throat. The orc lets out a startled, gurgling sound, thrashes, and dies. Iger wipes her hands clean and looks up, an expression of grim satisfaction on her face. Well, that takes care of that. Thanks for the assist, fearless leader. No problem, but we aren't done yet. We still have Winter Night to deal with. Can't do it, fearless leader. What you're suggesting is beyond the scope of our capabilities. I don't have any contacts in Norway. We wouldn't even know where to begin looking for Winter Night. And if we found them, what then? The two of us aren't going to stop an international conspiracy on our own. We're good, but we're not that good. You got a point there. We'll let the Flux State handle it. Good call. Now there's just one more thing I want to do before we head back home. She gestures at the engineer's lifeless body. We still need to search the bastard. Who knows? Maybe he has some additional evidence on him. Or in him. Could be that he has headwear storage. We won't know until we go digging. Alright, let's get this over with. Time passes. The job is long and unpleasant, but eventually you find something. A hidden storage compartment in one of the engineer's cyber arms. Deactivated as the cyberware is, it takes some prying to get it open, but Iger leans in and puts some muscle into it. With a metallic snapping sound, the compartment yawns open. Iger reaches in and pulls out a cylindrical object about the size of a beer can. She inspects it. A smile creeps across her face. What the hell is that? She holds the object for her inspection. This, my friend, is a pulse grenade. The last I heard, the Russian military were developing them as crowd dispersal devices, but that was years ago. Looks like Yuli kept a memento of his time in the Spetsnaz. She examines the grenade with a critical eye. Looks like typical Russian engineering. Clunky, but functional. If I took this thing apart, I bet I could figure out how they made it. Anything else in there? She dips her hand into the secret compartment one more time. No, not that I can... Without warning, the engineer's cyberarms begin to twitch. His body bucks convulsively while his dead eyes stare straight ahead. What? Iger snatches her hand back and steps backward. What the heck? Fuck. The engineer's body surges forward, a violent convulsive motion. His eyes bulge out of his skull. Then his chest evaporates in a spray of light. As you watch, the chemical fire that rages from the engineer's body blackens his flesh and spits sparks across the room. It's the same reaction you saw when the drone went up, a thermite reaction. His employers, Winter Night, they must have implanted that thing in him. Yeah, must have. I'm willing to bet that if we hadn't used the cyborg deactivator on him, he'd have gone up before he had the chance to spill any names. If you were looking for further proof, I think that was it. Yeah, looks that way. Let's go. People need to know about this. Okay. So let's head out of here. Ooh, are there going to be people waiting outside for us? Let's see. Oh, we're just heading back to Cruise Bazaar. Cool. All right. The Cruise Bazaar. The U-Bahn whisks you back towards the Cruise Bazaar. Iger standing by your side. The image of the engineer's body disintegrating in flame replays itself over and over in your mind. The bright flash, the shower of sparks, the overpowering stench of sizzling meat. A blue-green afterimage hangs suspended in the center of your field of vision, and it refuses to be blinked away. From what Iger told you, the engineer was a menace, an international criminal at the top of his game, and, as you watched, he was consumed from within by a device that marked him as disposable. The rattle of your U-Bahn car coming to a halt shakes you from your reverie. You're home. All right. But in my channel, 2 karma. I think that puts us up at... Oh, we have 8. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So here we go. Kicking up our intelligence. So our intelligence is now... I've got my gear that bumps it up. So we're at a 9 there. So that's cool. All right. And we're going to save. And we are going to go talk to... Hold on. I want to talk to Halliet real quick. Maliet. Is it... Wait, Maliet or Halliet? Maliet. Okay. Come on. I want the S class. Whatever. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, this Bliss. Yeah, I don't need it. Okay. Let's go talk to Iger. Well, wait. Pupper. Always got to pet the pupper. Good boy. Alright. Let's go talk to Iger. Iger welcomes you with a nod. Yummer, what can I do for you? We should talk about what happened with the engineer. She nods. Agreed. I'm ready to go over it if you are. So the engineer was working for a secret society. I wasn't expecting that. Neither was I. She frowns. A part of me is still having trouble believing it, but it's true. Yuli wasn't lying. I could see it in his eyes. Let's see here. Have you been able to do any digging on Winter Night? No, there just isn't much reliable information out there. Whoever these guys are, they're very good at information control. None of my contacts could find anything but rumor and conjecture, and most of that is too crazy to even consider. How crazy are we talking here? Completely insane. Stories about magical nukes and the end of the world, Fenris shamans, Ragnarok, that kind of thing. She shakes her head. Like I said, nuts. Maybe they're running a disinformation campaign, planting strange rumors to create plausible deniability. That's what I was thinking, yeah. Corporations, governments do it all the time. Why not these guys? Anyway, we stopped in Colden's Shot Nest. Whatever their business is, whatever was going to be in those crates that the engineer was having shipped there, it isn't our problem anymore. The cruise bazaar is safe, on that front at least. Yeah, it is. And we got you to thank for that. And you, don't downplay what you did back there. Anyway, we shouldn't let it get to our heads. We still have a dragon to worry about. When I left that room to search for clues, the engineer told you something that pushed you over the edge. Her eyes narrow. That son of a bitch says a lot of things. What of it? You knew that we needed him, but you beat him badly. I'm worried about that lapse of control. You don't need to be. There's nothing wrong with my self-control. I made a choice to unload on Yuli because he was a murderous asshole. I knew how much pressure to apply, which bones to break, and which ones to leave alone. And I did all of those things. But why? What did he tell you to push that to that point? It takes her a long time to respond. When she does, her voice carries a tone of resignation. You really want to know? All right, fine. I'll tell you. He told me that a bunch of Polish towns that my unit swept for syndicate activity. He told me how the mob poured back in right after we left and what they did to the people who accepted our help. He told me about the beatings, the rapes, the killing rooms, and the torture, and worse. He relished in describing it, the relentless, hideous barbarism of it all meant to teach some sort of lesson. I think that's the cruelest part of this entire story. Those people, they didn't need a lesson on how terrible life can be. They live with that every day. Yuli seemed to find all of this hilarious. Yeah, I know he was pushing my buttons on purpose, and yeah, I know he was trying to make me lose control. But the hell with it, he deserved a good beating. Yuli didn't pull any punches, so I didn't pull any punches. And if you have a problem with that, you can go and get fucked. Watch it. My problem isn't that with Yuli getting punished, it's with the fact that you let him play you. Maybe, but I can't ignore the possibility he wasn't playing me. That these things did happen. She grits her teeth. That'd be a bitter pill to swallow, Yummer. If I leave things where they stand, there'll always be some hope that he was lying. But if I dig into this and find out he was telling the truth, if I find out that none of what we did meant anything... let's see here. Even if it's telling the truth, that doesn't invalidate what your unit was doing over there. Doesn't it? Our actions might have been drawn attention to those people, made them targets. They were already targets. You need to quit beating yourself up over this, Iger. It isn't like you. She gives you a brusque nod. You're right. It isn't. No more moping about, I promise. And I will look into this, Yammer. Wherever this trail leads me, I'll follow it. And I won't stop until I find the truth. I'm willing to help you see this through if you want the help. She shakes her head. Thanks, but no. Not now, at least. At some point after we're done with what we're doing, I'll look into this. I'll get to the truth, whatever it might be, but I'm not doing it today. When you're ready to start looking, you can call on me for help. I've got your back, Iger. She nods. I know it, and I'm glad. Now let's change tack. Is there anything else from the run that you'd like to go over? She folds her arms across her chest. If you have any thoughts, I want to hear them. You said you thought you could reverse engineer that pulse grenade that you pulled from the engineer. Any luck with that? Yeah, actually. It wasn't too difficult to pull the thing apart and see what made it tick. She smiles. Making one of my own was a different story, but I got it in the end. She reaches into her desk and grabs a cylindrical object. Gently, she lifts it up and hands it to you. Meet the newest addition to my arsenal. I call it the Voltaic Grenade. It's based on the same principles as a Russian pulse grenade, but with a few tweaks of my own. What sort of tweaks are we talking about? Mine has a lot more bite than the original. I bumped up the amperage quite a bit. When that thing goes off, it'll both shut down the nervous system and cook the organs of anyone in its blast radius. Sounds nasty. She nods and tucks the weapon back into her desk. It is. You wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of one of these. For now, I've only managed to make one Voltaic grenade. They aren't the easiest thing in the world to manufacture or the cheapest. She nods thoughtfully. But I should be able to scrounge up enough raw materials to put a new one together between each run. Cool. So you'll only have one per run. That's right, Fearless Leader, but if I use the right situation, that one could turn the tide of an otherwise unwinnable firefight. Hey, I'll take it. Can we talk about something else? I don't have anywhere to be. If you have any questions, ask away. That's all. Thanks for the talk. Thank you, Fearless Leader, both for the chat and for the assist on the run. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Any thoughts on the last run? Nothing we haven't already talked about. Okay. Okay, we didn't get completed Iger's storyline. Okay. So, at this point, all right, we've got the 50K. Next session, we've taken care of all of our side stuff. So next session, we'll go meet with Alice. So, hope you guys have enjoyed this. I'm having a blast with this. I can't wait. So, yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this. Please like, subscribe, follow, share, all that fun stuff. We put out new videos every day. In that regard, I hope you're having a great day wherever you are, and we will see you tomorrow, everybody. Bye now.